Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Cagney, Senior Market Strategist, and we're going to kick off Capital Preservation Friday with my good friend Blake Morrow. Blake, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm happy that it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. So, how are you doing, Jim?
I'm doing pretty good. I feel bad because the last time you were on, I actually put added an A to your name. I called you Amaro, and I decided not to correct it until today. So I apologize for that.
Hey, no problem. Everybody calls me, somebody, bone marrow. It's pretty common. And I'm like, no, like tomorrow without the two. So, there we go.
Oh man, awesome, man. Well, thanks for being here with us today.
It's
And
always my pleasure.
we're dying for your insights because we're post FOMC now, right? This supposedly hawkish cut FOMC. Everyone was all worried about what the text was, what the language was, what the tone was, what the dot plot's going to be. And I'm looking at the currency markets today. Things are moving around. I just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on the currency markets with in the aftermath.
Well, aftermath. Well, just as we were, because I was on the FOMC show here with you guys and with Craig, and first thing that we said when we heard the balance sheet expansion, we're like, oh shoot, is that QE? That's the initial knee jerk reaction. Once you kind of dug into it, you're like, okay, that they're just doing a little bit of plumbing. But more importantly about the dollar and the way that I think we viewed it from the FX point of view was that when Fed Chair Powell started talking about the jobs market, and he's like, "Look, we're looking at every jobs report is losing 60,000 jobs on top of what you're already seeing, basically, to paraphrase." That was overall pretty dovish, and you saw the instant response was the knee jerk reaction, but what we saw after that is we saw dollar continuing to sell off, and we saw stocks really take off as the Fed basically opened the door for the idea that we could get cuts next month, especially next week. We're going to get the jobs report on Tuesday. I believe on Thursday we're getting CPI. So we're going to get all this data, and if the data shows continued weakness in both the labor market and inflation is just not getting ahead of us, then the door is open. Not saying that it's gonna happen, but they left it open, and so it was markedly more dovish
Yeah.
than the market was expecting. And one of the things that I was we were chatting about just before we started is it was pretty apparent in the FX market. There were about $8 billion between the 116 level and 115.80, $8 billion worth of expirations going off on Thursday morning. That means that the FX market was really pricing in a hawkish cut, just like the rest of the market. You know how everybody's like, oh, we're going to get this cut, but it's going to be hawkish, until Fed Chair Powell, is replaced. The market's going to keep rates unchanged. Well, the market traded opposite of that, and we saw the euro take off and trade above 116.80, and from that point on the chase was on, because now you had everybody kind of shoring up some positions that were put in ahead of the FOMC. So I think it's been an interesting dynamic, and now we're seeing the euro just hold above 117. The dollar looks pretty weak, and
Yeah.
it doesn't look good, and especially if you start talking about year-end flows. I talk a lot about that with our community. It's like when you get into this time of the year, especially past next week, once we get all the data, Jim, who wants to get in front of the market? You're
Yeah.
an FX guy, and I've traded FX markets now for nearly 30 years myself. On Friday afternoons, following the data, it doesn't really matter what happens Friday afternoon. Once Europe goes home and once Asia goes home, the liquidity dries up. The markets kind of go in one direction. It's very
Yeah.
hard for them to change. I look at that on a bigger scale with currencies towards the end of the year. If there's end of year flows, like let's say dollar selling, I'm not sure what's going to stop it.
Well, all right. So let's talk about that. In light of does the administration want the dollar weak or strong, right? And then I have just a daily candle chart up here on NinjaTrader Web. I'm showing the dollar index right now, and one thing that sticks out to me right now is this kind of peak low on October 17th. That's around approximately a 97.51. I'm looking at the dollar, the futures, and we're kind of inching our way down toward that level.
Jim, and I don't know if you're a chart patterns guy. I'm a chart patterns guy, and I
Yeah.
and what I yeah, it's they're good. They're great guides for directional bias for me. And I know most of the Ninja Trader community, they love technical analysis. Whether it's candlesticks or chart patterns. In this example, from the very high of your chart, that would be the flag stick, right? So you imagine like a flag going all the way down to the low that was
Yeah.
last week, right?
Yeah.
So it and you have like a flag pattern, which actually points, if the flag completes, it points past 97 towards 9680, which is also a Fibonacci level around 618. It's just overshooting it. So in all actuality, it looks like the dollar is going to go at least there. And if you think about it, Jim, how many people, if you, I know there's like, you have mainstream financial market media. You listen to some of the guys out there, like, Jeffrey Goonlock, he's just like super dollar bearish. I think everybody's been looking for the exits in the dollar. And given the fact that the dollar has done nothing but go down this year, we're having one of the worst years on record in the dollar, and all it's doing is consolidating near its lows.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the year, you might get a lot of people saying, dollar longs just ain't working, and we need to get out, especially
Yeah.
with stocks at highs. You sell more dollars to buy more
Yeah.
equities, and
Yeah.
there goes your flows.
Yeah. No, I gotcha. I want to kind of pivot to the end because I'm gonna just pull up an intraday chart. We have this gap up that we
Yeah,
saw last night, which was kind of, I woke up, I was like, wait, what is this all about? This is a 30-minute candle chart. I don't know if you could see it, Blake, but it was
yeah,
a gap. It was
yeah.
a gap up. It was a big gap up. It wasn't a small gap up. Now we're slowly kind of selling off, getting, we're way, way, way from closing the gap, but we're below that session VWAP. Yeah, I'm a chart guy, and looking for, I don't know I don't know why that gap happened, man.
I think a lot of that is just due to, those gaps happen during what we call the dead zone in FX. And
Yeah.
so if you have like a, just kind of a bleeding move in the markets during the changeover period, and that's a period where Globex is closed as well, you sometimes get these gaps. The thing about the Bank of Japan, and I think that every trader, especially, those of you that just trade equities, you really need to pay attention to the BOJ next week. They are raising rates to levels we have not seen since the 90s. Now, here's the other thing to know about Japan. Japan is they're very conservative country. Why? Well, they've been beaten into submission in a deflationary environment literally for decades, and they're now finally starting to see, inflation finally, but they don't want it to. They want to make sure they raise rates with inflation as inflation is going higher, but people fear they're going to be just so conservative in their moves, even though they're moving rates to all-time highs, 30-year highs next week more than likely. The question is, are they going to be able to do it even further? Now, if they signal that we are in a new regime and rates are going higher, we're going to go higher than, let's just say, 1% going into 2026, you might get some yen buying, which could inadvertently spur some profit taking in equities. So that's one of those things that you have to be watching next week as the BOJ meets.
Well, I mean, that's shocking. And when you think about, a couple things. One, all-time high yield being 100 basis points is like, what? You know,
Yeah, well, not all-time high, but like 30-year highs. Yes,
yeah,
I
30-year
know.
high. What? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's pretty, from our point of view here over, that's a pretty low number.
it is. I mean, and then actually, it's going to be three-quarters of a basis point, or 75 basis points. Excuse me, three-quarters of a point. Their 75 basis points is going to be a third. I have to go back and look. It's like since 94 or 95, and that is a level that people are like, wait a second, okay, is the BOJ really going to push on the gas here and raise rates like and play catch up? But the other thing, Jim, and the one thing when you think about the dollar. Think about all the other central banks. What's happening with the RBNZ? What's happening with the RBA?
Yeah.
What's happening with the Bank of Canada? These central banks are pivoting more to hawkish stances where we're still talking about rate cuts. And that is what's going to keep the dollar under pressure. And if the dollar remains under pressure, usually that's good for equities. Usually. at least in the very near term.
Yeah, no, I think we talked about, you mentioned it last time you were on Wednesday, was I think the Bank of Canada was unched on their benchmark rate, right?
That's correct. Yep. They were, but again, people are like, okay, what's the next move of the Bank of Canada going to be? Probably higher. Same with the other central banks. And so you got one central bank being us, the Fed, that's actually still looking at rate cuts. And on top of it, we've got all this talk. Is it going to be Hassett? Is it going to be Warsh? Who's going to be the Fed chair? But is the Fed chair going to be more of a dovish slant? And the answer to
Yeah.
that question is more than likely yes. As a Trump appointee, he is going to be a dove, no
Yeah.
matter who the new incoming Fed chair is.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. And I want to remind everybody, we're looking at the future. We're not looking at over-the-counter forex right now on the NinjaTrader charts. We're looking at the futures markets, and just kind of look at my quote board here. I mean, the yen has done 56,000 contracts already, and there is a micro for the yen, but the big contract, 59,000 contracts, and just going across the board here, the Euro FX 99,000, Aussie dollar 838. British pound 28. We haven't even hit ring the bell yet. So there's a lot. There's some liquidity in these markets. Remember best practices. Try to enter on limit orders and exit on limit orders. But these are great markets to trade, you guys. In their futures, you get the same leverage. Leverage is a double-edged sword. Be careful with that. But it's the same principles, and that's why I like kind of following these right now. So, and we'll pop up the Euro FX. I want to get your longer term point of view on that too.
Can I make a comment about what you just said about buying on limit orders, selling on limit orders?
Yeah.
It's really interesting, and I don't know how far I want to go with this, but we helped a firm. I have some friends out in the city, obviously, that I traded with. I got introduced to another friend. They're one of the guys from the Market Wizards. He runs one of the biggest prop firms in New York. Yeah, his name's Brian Gelber. I was talking to those guys because I've done a lot of help for them to find some traders. Actually, one of the traders in my community trades on this guy Tommy's desk now, trades right next to him now in the city. But what's interesting, I asked them, we're looking at their TTI platform, which is an institutional platform, and I'm like, hey, where's the market order here? And he's like, I believe it's over here. And I said, okay, well, how often do you guys even use market orders? He's like, maybe half a percent of the time, maybe a percent of the time. Just if news is hitting, we hit the bid or
Yeah.
hit the offer.
Yeah.
99% of the time, we're all putting in limit orders. That means we're target trading. We get in where we want to get in, we get out where we want to get out, and that's it. We don't chase the market. So when you say, trade using limit orders, you have to realize the professional community is not getting in at market. They're not paying the spread. They're getting in where they want to get in. And I think that's a takeaway that all traders, yourselves included at home, you should be taking that away and saying, okay, I'm only going to get in at this place. It's all about discipline, guys, in the markets. That's all it is. And risk management, obviously. So
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and the other thing to remember is, part of your transaction costs are the bid-ask spread, right? And that, so whatever that bid-ask spread is, some of the many of these markets that we talk about are super tight. Like
yeah.
during, regular trading hours, it's, the smallest, one tick. But sometimes it gets a little bigger. And so that's part of your transaction cost. So be aware of that as well when that's why another reason why let the market come to you, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100% agree.
Oh man. Anyway, Euro FX on the screen here. Again, we have that weird gap up today. It's just so interesting that we're having these gaps and then bonds are selling off at the same time. I don't know what to make of it.
The what's really scary is, again, we'll go back to the conversation that I was talking about with other central banks. You have, everybody's pivoting more hawkishly. So you're seeing yields go up almost across the board. Whether you're talking about oats, in France, or you're talking about boons, or
Yeah.
you're talking about JGBs, whatever it is, yields are going higher, and the FX market is kind of like, wait a second, what are we going to do with that? But the fact of the matter is you got yields moving up across the board, and you still have a Fed that's signaling more rate cuts. So that, in my opinion, is just a recipe for further dollar weakness. Now there is going to be a point. There's going to be a point where the world stops and says, "Wait a second, why are equity markets rallying here as borrowing costs are going up, and it's making it tougher for everyone around the globe to
Yeah.
service debt." That's not today's issue. That's tomorrow's issue. It's the market just kind of kicking the can down the road. But that's after we get past year end. I think personally, but hell, you never know. It's getting a little scary as yields continue to go up globally. So
Yeah, I'm gonna just pop. Let me abandon the Euro FX chart for a second and just pop up a 30-year bond. I mean, I haven't, you know, this
yeah,
is, you know, and by the way, Tracy's just sent me a note saying bonds, woof.
yeah,
We're back into this downward trend channel here. We started selling off all the way back on the 27th of November. The weird thing about this whole thing is I got a volume profile that's tracking this consolidation level forward all the way through the downward break that we saw in the bottom part of that consolidation channel right now. Awful lot of volume still kind of up here around that 117.11, but we're like 2.5 handles away, Blake. I mean, this is for bond traders, this is a big move down when you would expect the opposite. And we're tracking some earlier lows here. What is this? The September lows, 113-ish, 113 handle.
yeah.
I was like, I'm surprised that I'm a bond guy.
That's where they put the 30-year at 5. It's at 5% again, and that's when people start going, "Wait a second, what are we doing way up here?" If we do see those levels, Jim, and it sure does feel that way, doesn't it?
And the bond auction, actually, the 30-year auction was pretty good. Yes, was it yesterday? Yeah. I mean, I think I might
Yeah,
still have the stats up here somewhere. Let me see if I still have them up. I might have deleted them after the show. Yeah, I mean, they were pretty good. And the surprise, I wouldn't say really good, but surprisingly good. And from a trend point of view, good. So those yields were, I'm sorry, I took them off my screen. That bond auction was pretty good.
yeah, and the 10-year was good this week. I mean,
Yeah.
there's demand, and if I was Treasury Secretary Bessent, I mean, he's got a lot of slop to sell going into next year. So let's see if those demands continue to stay strong going into next year. It's going to
Well,
be
we got
interesting.
the Fed buying all the bills, so we're in good shape.
Yeah, well, they got the short term stuff. Yeah, it's plumbing. It's plumbing, Jim. It's just plumbing. That's all it is.
Oh my God, there's an awful lot of plumbing going on at the Treasury Department. I don't
I
know.
got some plumbing to do over here too. So I understand we're gonna do plumbing everywhere. So hey, how's the Ninja Trader team like feeling about equities at this point? I mean, it looks like the S&P is just scraping and just aching to hit all-time highs. Right, we were talking about the Russell 2000 hitting new highs right as the Fed was meeting, and as that press conference came out, or as the
Yeah.
decision was made, we saw the Russell just take off to all-time highs. Looks like the rest of the market wants to cooperate, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to pull up an E-mini S&P chart to start with that.
Yeah.
It's we wicked through the November highs yesterday. We traded through the November highs today, although we've settled back down a little bit. All-time highs are are on the radar screen right now. They're not too far away at 69.52. This whole kind of slow grind up here is pretty bullish as well. We could get some bad news, of course, at any given moment, but the S&P is looking pretty strong going into the end of the year right now. I don't, well, next year's a different story, but I think from, the folks that we've been talking to are like, all right, listen, there could be the Santa Claus rally, right? And typically that's defined as a couple days before Christmas to the end of the year. But then all bets are off in January.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Once you get through the first week of January. Now, there is one other thing. There's one potential landmine we have to always keep in mind, and this is where I don't want traders to let their guard down. We are still waiting on the Supreme Court to make a
Yeah.
decision on tariffs, and that's always something that's lingering in the back of my mind. Because I tend to be, you know, pretty aggressive in my
Yeah.
positioning, especially when I feel like the euro is going to 118 to 120 here in the next week or two. I still have to keep in mind that what if the Supreme Court like pulls the rug out from underneath, the Trump administration. I don't know how the market will respond. I mean, I have like my team, like my European colleagues are like, oh, if for some reason the Supreme Court, knocked down, the tariff, even though, Treasury Secretary Bessent says they have Plan B and C and they're going to enact different acts or whatever. But overall, it would be I have colleagues that think that the market would actually rip higher. But then the flip side is it would be really messy. I don't know if stocks are going to be so positive in a response. So I think we just have to always have our guard up and be
Yeah.
looking at the headlines and making sure we understand that
Yeah.
the rug can be pulled at any
You
time.
know, so I actually did some research. I went back in time and I said, how busy is the Supreme Court around the holidays? In other words, how many, are they out there making, making calls? Are they taking oral arguments? Are they, how active are they? And from December 10th to approximately January 10th, not very active at all. It's kind of like a dead zone typically. Now, anything could happen, of course. And I know Craig is like, Shapiro's like, yeah, we're going to have this thing. It's going to hit any second. But now, as we're getting closer to Christmas, I'm thinking they might use some better judgment and just kind of wait until January, or at least at least at some point in the first quarter before they make that decision.
I'm hoping so. I really hope so. But it's interesting. I've also seen through like headlines, whether you're looking at any of the squawk services or listening to like Reuters or Bloomberg or what they're saying. There has been surprisingly a lot of headlines coming out of not market related, but coming out of the Supreme Court more than I normally remember. Maybe I'm just more sensitive because I'm paying
Yeah.
attention, and and maybe your numbers are right. But for me, just because I'm paying so close attention, it feels like they are making a lot of decisions right now. So I was really interested to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, and it could be an off year. It could be an anomaly. We don't
Yeah.
know. My spider sense is telling me, maybe, and I could be wrong. Everybody, don't trade on this spider sense, anybody. But my feeling is maybe later on in January.
Well, hey, the other thing that I find totally fascinating right now is the move that we're seeing in precious metals. It seemed like gold. I mean, silver has been screaming higher, and I know Pax is going to want to talk about precious metals, and he's been spot on as far as like just being bullish. But I think it's interesting just going to gold. Gold took until yesterday, like late in the day yesterday. I'm talking North American trade for us, before it started to take off and break out of that range that we've been in. And I was surprised it took so long for people to go, hey, what's gold doing down here? Let's buy some because, the dollar's weakening, stocks are going higher, silver continues higher. Let's finally press gold. And it's interesting that it just finally took off yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's had this kind of weird. I'll just throw up a daily chart really quickly here. I mean, we're about to take out that swing high that we saw in the middle of October, and I have a line up there at 4,400. Nice even number, but we're we're driving toward there right now. I mean, we're up 1.34% overnight on 108,000 contracts. This is the big mark, the big contract. The micros, listen to this. The micros have already traded 188,000. So there's a lot of traders focused in here. Moving averages are just like ripping up, straight up almost, and not straight up, but they're pretty aggressively sloping up right now. And MACD's just kind of not helping at all. But like to your point, I mean, we broke out of this area of resistance around 79, 42.79 yesterday, and then just we're still rolling, Blake.
Yeah, we are. And actually, that range right there, the extension, it takes us about, I'm going to look at my charts really quick. It takes us to about 43.65 spots. So so we are currently, you're looking at futures. So I'm about 20 some odd dollars
Yeah.
behind you as far as spot goes. So you add 20 onto that, you're talking, basically 4,400
Yeah.
is where the extension is going to take us. So we're getting close. And I think, here we are at the end of the week. Stocks look, despite not a whole lot happening today and not a lot of news hitting the wires today, there's no like major events that we're looking at. We're coasting into the end of the week. No one wants to be short precious metals. anybody, everybody just wants to be long, following the Fed. No
Yeah.
one really wants to be long the dollar. And I think, the FX market's just kind of quiet right now. And you'll probably see the dollar lose a little bit of steam as we go into the end of the week. And it's more of a momentum trade at this point. And that's what I was saying a little bit earlier. When you're at the end of the week and there's no data, no news events that could derail the flows right now, you
Yeah.
kind of got to either get on the train or step aside and wait for the next one. So, get on the bus or get off the bus and stand aside, whatever you're going to do.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, set aside the news for a second from a technical analysis point of view, a lot of chart people are going to be like, all right, are we going to have a double top right here and then kind of retrace back down a little bit lower, or are we going to break out to, just new highs? I don't know the answer to that, but this is looking like a strong 2-day push to the upside.
Do you have an argument against gold? I've been saying this literally for a year and a half. I have no arguments why you don't want to own gold. There's none. Zero. End of story. Now, you get a double top. Double tops just build stops. That means that, more stops are going to build above those highs, and they're just aching to get taken out, especially when there's no fundamental reason for it to stop there. So let it hit resistance, let it knock its head against there. As a trader, you know your risk, and there's few things as traders we can define. One of them is what your risk is. So if you decide to fade the move against the highs, well, you know exactly where your stop is. That's all we can really ask for.
Yeah.
Period. So yeah, I mean, if you decide to fade it, know where your stops are at. You get stopped out, you take your loss, and you move along.
Yeah.
We all take losses, and the trick of the game has always been, in my book, reduce risk and know where it's at. If you get stopped out, move along, and you find something that's going to offer you a better risk reward. So,
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
not a Fed. I'm not a fader. I'm a Jesse Livermore add on to new highs kind of guy. So we saw that here. We saw that here yesterday. Boom, we broke out of this consolidation high,
yeah.
this resistance high, whatever you want to call it, my little plum colored rectangle. And then again, as soon as we get a candle close above these highs that we saw back here in October, then it's time to add some more.
Traders are innately faders. I mean, that's the I would say the ninja trader community, and I know some of you are listening and going, wait, that's you're talking about me. They're the majority of traders tend to fade. If everybody's like, oh, it looks really overbought, it can't be more overbought. It can be more overbought, but they're going to fade it anyway, and that's why I love using certain. There's certain positioning, because if I know the retail market is predominantly fading this, I'll probably go in the other direction, and that's just because I know they tend not to be trend traders, and if there's a reason for something to be moving, I'll jump on that reason. So.
Yeah, no, it is a cognitive bias to want to, I'm looking at bonds right now saying I can't go any lower. I want to get long.
I know, of course, you can't go any lower.
They could go lower.
It can always be more overbought, and it can always be more oversold. That's why you can't just rely on one thing. You can't just look at relative strength. I dare you to go back and look at when Abe did his three-prong approach for Japan back, the late Prime Minister Abe, when he did that in 2000. I want to say it was 2003. Let me double check that. And just go look at what RSI did. Oh, it was back here in 2012. I'm sorry, it was 2012. You go look at the relative strength in the dollar yen, or in the yen at any point when the yen went screaming for the next 2 years, and you're going to be like, oh, it was overbought, and it was more overbought, and it was more overbought, and look, when an object's in motion, sometimes they stay in motion
Yeah.
despite any technicals that you might see.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. So
Yeah.
great intel. We got a few seconds left. Blake, any last second thoughts?
Oh, it's Capital Preservation Friday, right? And I'm sure all your guests are going to be preaching the same thing. If you had a great week following the FOMC, don't give it away today. Today's those days that you want to preserve your capital. You want to be target trading. Find those levels that you want to be involved in, and only be involved at those levels, because those are the levels that are going to give you the best risk versus your reward. So,
Yeah.
good luck everybody, and I'll look forward to catching up with you guys all next week, Jim.
All right, yeah, for sure. Again, Blake's going to be with us regularly on Fridays. Thank goodness. Follow Blake on X. Great follow. We'll go ahead and cut and paste the ch your channel in there, Blake. So
Thank you.
thank you for being here, man. Have a great weekend. Looking forward to talking to you next week.
Same here. You guys have a great week, and I'll look forward to listening into PAX.
All right. By the way, Wit is asking about which F1 team I joined. FX. I have FX on my brain after that. I'm rocking the Kraken sponsored Williams team. I know you're saying Williams, okay, but we got Carlos Sainz. We're gonna get new engines next year. Everything's gonna change next year. So let's go with Team Kraken, everybody. That's my little pitch right there. It is time for Capital Preservation Friday, and we have a special guest joining me and Pax. Let's get Pax in here along with Mike Beister. Hey guys, how you doing?
Jimmy, good morning. Michael,
Great, Pax. How are you?
uh,
Can you guys hear me?
yes, it's
Yeah.
great to see you. You look wonderful.
Uh, that's debatable.
Jimmy, great show with Blake. Great show. I love
Yeah,
listening to Blake.
yeah, he's a very talented guy, especially with respect to foreign, FX markets. He's just a great guy. But
Yeah, he
but
is.
Mike, thanks for being here, man. So Mike, tell us a little bit about yourself. You're an old floor guy, right?
Yeah, I was a trader at the Merc a lot of years ago, and I have an ability where my mind could do things that most others can't, and it gave me a huge advantage while I was trading. And I traded for over 20 years, but my key was whenever the market got out of whack, I was able to see it before other people. And it was the key to my success.
Mm.
And from the Merck, what I did was I started visiting schools and teaching kids how to do what I did. And ABC News saw videos of what I could teach kids. And 2020, the TV show, wanted they decided they wanted to challenge me if they took a group of kids, middle school kids, how long could I turn them into math geniuses? So I basically took the challenge. We did a competition. I trained them how to improve their mind and memory and focus. And within 3 or 4 weeks, they went on primetime national TV, and it sort of caused a riot. I mean, every parent in the world wanted their kid to be like these kids, and so I developed a program, and what was supposed to be for 1 or 2 years turned out to be 10 or 11 years. And we taught hundreds of thousands of kids all around the world how to improve their mind, focus, memory, and do things far beyond what was thought was possible. And after I left, I closed my business. I wanted to combine the combination, my two loves of life, trading and teaching. And I started teaching trading firms, their employees, how to really improve their speed and their math abilities. And all these people already had great math abilities, but I wanted to take them to the next level. And that was really fun for me. I did that for a few years. And then last year, the only thing that was missing is all these people were already hired. And last year, what we developed a show that we took to college campuses. We went to Duke, we went to MIT, we went to Michigan, we went to Penn, we went to University of Illinois, University of Chicago, and what we did was we uh, took students that were wannabe traders, and we had competitions. And what was so cool is you could immediately see who has a natural ability and who doesn't. And then I would train them a little more. And at the end of the day, now we want to combine with the trading company to get these kids that have the potential to be incredible traders because their minds are so quick. They see the markets, they could see outside the box, think outside the box, and I want them to, uh, be hired by the right firms.
So let me ask you this, and Streamside in the chat has the exact same thought that I had. And I'm just gonna read it. Now can he help us older guys? Are we
You
too
know
old to
what?
learn?
The funny thing about that is when we put our product out, we only marketed to kids. And over 40% of the people that used our product were adults, a lot of seniors. It was crazy. And everyone started saying, "Wow, I feel so much younger." And it's just a fun way to do things. Everything I do is fun because let me be honest, if it's not fun, people won't do it.
Yeah, so all right, so Mike, I was counting cards in the bond pit a million years ago. And it was pretty mostly scalpers, right? And the handwriting was
Yeah,
bad, and I was called a dumb shit, I don't know, a million times. But then we started doing knob spreads, and so when
yeah,
we think about the math, when we talk about the math on spreads, and we're going to be talking about some and later, me and Pat are going to be talking about some spreads,
yeah.
but that math all of a sudden gets a little more complicated when you're talking about a contract that's traded in 30 seconds versus a contract traded in 64ths.
Absolutely. And all you could expect is to improve your speed enough to make a difference. And like I traded the calendar spreads, in the euro dollar pit, interest rate futures. And anytime I saw something out of whack, I was able to take advantage of it. When the Fed spoke or non-farm payroll, and all it takes is that 15 or 20 seconds where it really gets out of whack, where they move at a 1-to-1 ratio, and uh, the March moves up 30 points and the June moves up 15 points. You sell the March, you buy the June, and wait for it to come back, and it always does. And
Yeah.
it's just you know that fast market advantage that you have when you're good with numbers and are not scared to do everything, do anything, have trust in your gut, but also don't overtrade where the point where you can't handle the pressure. And so it really is a big advantage because people are so focused on one thing. If you're going to have two or three things looking at the same time, that's why what I do is just try to give, all the traders a little bit of an edge.
You did a great job with Pax, that's for sure. He's a savant on numbers.
When we were kids, I don't want to. I want Mike to go ahead and do his thing. But when we were kids in the Eurodollar pit, well, a clerk. When I was a clerk in the Euro pit, when we were quiet, we'd ask Mike to come over to us and give him these very very complicated like mathematical problems, and that he would solve them to the decimal point long before we can even get it into the calculator. And then years later, when I was struggling financially, and I was starting on the screens and worried about what I was going to do and how I was going to learn how to trade in the screens, my kids came home from school and said, "Oh, Dad, we had this guy," and they described Mike to me, and I said, "Oh, that sounds like Mike Beister." It is. They thought it was so cool because I knew him. So I think Mike, I just love. I think it's such a privilege to have not just somebody with your mind, and your ability to be able to teach and convey your thoughts on here with us, but somebody with your character and your integrity and your personality, and somebody who I've known for many years. And it's a real privilege for me to be here and just listen to you again, and to just be part of this. So thank you for spending your Friday with us.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Anytime I could help people. I mean, I just have to think I'm the luckiest person ever because, I get to do what I love to do and get that feeling that, I really uh, am able to make a difference in some people's lives. And I just want everyone to enjoy it because if you enjoy doing this and have fun, go to the bars, win some drinks. Trust me. I mean, the things I teach people will amaze people, but it will also sharpen your mind. And every time I come on, I'd like to teach one thing because I try not to teach multiple things because if you teach them 4 or 5 things, they forget how to do it and it overloads them. But, and if we will put up, I guess I'll send a video of the steps. So in case anyone missed the steps of something I teach, they'll be able to watch it again.
Yeah, so bring that back to kind of what our day traders, do, and Pax is really good at this. When we talk about we're trading a stock index future, let's say the E-mini S&P,
Yeah,
but we have one eye on the Nasdaq, and we want to see which one's stronger, which one's weaker, where the levels kind of add up. Is that a technique that we could think about?
absolutely. I mean, you have to know how uh, when the markets get out of whack, how often does that occur, and what is the right ratio? Because some days, when you don't feel right about it, and that's another thing. When your mind gets sharper, you will be able to see things that you didn't see before. It just becomes natural. It's sort of like working out with weights. That doesn't mean all you can do is lift weights. Your whole body comes stronger, and you can do things that you weren't able to do before. And that's the same thing here.
Huh.
I don't want to tell people, yes, every time it gets out of whack, jump on it, because every market's different and you need to know these for yourself, what works and what doesn't. And the key is you will have a new super weapon to give you a better chance.
Very awesome.
Can we get into
Yeah,
that? How can we get into it?
yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll teach you the first thing for everyone. And again, if you want to, play along, should I do a demonstration of what my mind
Yeah.
could do before? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
just for fun. Yeah, I'm a little rusty, so if I blow it, give me a break at 7:30 in Chicago on a Friday morning. Pax, but wait, Jim, where are you from? Where are
So,
you?
so Mike, I was from Chicago. I lived born and raised Oak Park, River Forest,
Yeah.
Chicago my whole life until I was 58. Then I moved south. Right now I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. So
Okay.
I'm a Southern Yankee right now.
Right. And Jim, you are Chicago? You're still? I'm Pax. I'm sorry.
oh yeah, yeah. So, Mike, Jimmy moved south. So did I. I went from Lake Forest to Beverly. So I'm still in.
There you go. Well, I mean, just for fun, Jim, I'm sure you probably don't still have one, but Pax, you have your driver's license, Illinois driver's license
I
on you?
do.
Can you read me your driver's license number?
I actually have it memorized, Mike.
Okay. Oh, wow. I like that. Who would remember it?
Another
Okay.
thing I think I learned from you guys.
Oh,
It's K500
yeah.
05368188.
Yeah. Can I give information about you?
Of course,
Uh, did you turn 57 on July 2nd?
I did.
Yes, there's patterns in everything, and so I'm able to see these things. And wait, Jim, July 2nd, 88. I don't know if you know this, but you could ask Siri. You were born on a Saturday.
It's amazing.
Do you know that or
I
no?
did, yes.
Okay, so that's the stuff I'm going to teach people to do, and they'll have fun. They'll go to the bars, they'll freak people out, and it's just a simple, fun way to really improve your mind. And so I'll give you a quick demonstration. Can you guys pull out your phones and type it into calculator? I'm put in calculator mode.
Yeah, I got it.
And again, my hands are here. It's very difficult for me to do things on the radio because people think it's fixed or there's someone giving me the answers. All it is trusting. There's a lot of videos online. You go to my website, mikebeister.com. You can watch video after video of not only me doing amazing things, kids I work with and adults I work with doing incredible things with their minds. So, can someone give me a 3-digit number and you type it in?
You want me to give you the number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
373.
And press the divided by button. And now I got my fingers crossed I get this because not used to doing it this early in the morning. Go ahead, divided by a 2-digit number.
98.
Wow, that's a tough one, Jim. Thanks. I mean, Pack, sorry. Okay. 3.8, is that right? 3.8, is that okay? 0, 6,
Oh my God.
1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 8, 9. Can I keep on going, or am I
No,
good?
I ran out of
That's it.
digits on my,
Oh,
on my
yeah.
screen.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of times if you turn the calculator sideways, you could go on and on forever. But so that's what my mind could do, and I'm gonna teach kids, teach your traders, maybe not get it to that level, but really improve it, and everything will be really cool. Everything will be fun. Everything will be different, and everything will be a different skill. And I will try to explain why I'm going to teach that skill. And this is basically today will be in adding number skill. And the really cool thing about just adding small numbers in your head is it trains your brain. It's the only thing really in the world where it trains your brain to keep on changing what's in your mind. Because when you add numbers, so you say you're adding 5 plus 7, it's 12. 12 is what's in your mind, then 3 is 15. You have to cross off the 12 and put in the 15. And people get confused when you keep on training your mind to remember something and changing what's in your mind. And that's what I want to get to do when you're memorizing, you're looking at the market and you want to, you're thinking about a price and then you go to something else. A lot of people are still thinking about the other price. And when it becomes no longer relevant, that's when you have to, your mind has to be quick and say, okay, now I'm thinking about this or looking at this. And so this will be a fun thing to do where you're practicing adding. So if you guys, here, I call it the missing number trick. So if you have your calculators out, can you type in a 3-digit number into your calculator? Do not tell me it. Okay, now I'm going to put you guys on the spot a little. Add up the three digits of your number and subtract it from the number. Add up the 3 digits of your number and then subtract it from your number and then press equals. Okay, now take that new number and multiply it by a whole different 3-digit number. Okay, now press equals again. You should have an answer. Now, what I want you to do is to pick one of the digits in your final answer and mentally circle it. Mentally circle it in your mind. Now, I'm going to ask you, but the only thing you have to remember is you cannot circle a 0. So if you circle a 0, circle another digit.
Okay.
I'll explain why later, but you cannot circle a 0. So
I was going to circle a 0. Thank you for telling me not to.
Okay, yeah, no. So, I mean, you can still do it, but there's a caveat about it. Okay, so what I want you to do is read me the digits of your number, but leave off the number that you circled, and I will tell you what number you left off the list, what the number was.
Okay, I'm going to read you mine.
Okay.
All right, so 97108.
Is your number a 2?
It's exactly a 2. That's amazing.
Right. Well, yeah, I'll teach you how to do it in a second. Go ahead, Pax.
434-336.
Wait, 444. Wait,
434-336.
You shouldn't have 6
No, you're
digits
supposed
in
to
your-
leave the number you circled, Pax, you got to leave out.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I would do it again. Can you do it again? You might have made a mistake because the number you gave me was not a possible number.
Okay.
So okay, type a 3-digit. Yeah, I mean, it sounds, that's the one thing about this trick. As long as you explain the directions and the person does it right, it'll work 100% of the time. Okay, so type a 3-digit number, clear it, Pax, and you want to try it one more time? Type a 3-digit number in.
Did it?
Okay, now add up the digits of your 3-digit number.
Okay.
You got it? Okay, now subtract that number from your original number. Subtract what the digits add up to.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, now multiply that new number by a different 3-digit number. Okay, now you have another answer?
I think so.
Okay, fingers crossed. Okay, circle one of the digits, but it can't be a 0. And then read me the rest of the digits, but leave off the number that you circled.
4233.
Is your number 6?
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so now I'll teach you how to do it. Okay, now.
I can barely get that first part into the calculator, let alone learn how to do this.
Right, I mean, it's not that hard. But again, it'll improve the skills. And the cool thing about this trick is you could do it over the, this is one of these tricks you could do over the phone to people, or, you could text, because there's no way you can know what the answer is, because, having a calculator doesn't do anything for you. You're doing it 100% in your mind. And so the way and you can tell people, read the list fast, read the list slow. And if you want more digits, it works with 4-digit numbers. So if you want more digits and practice adding more, just have people do the same thing with 4-digit numbers. Okay, the way this works is if you take a 3-digit number, add up the digits, subtract it from the number, and multiply by a whole different 3-digit number, the sum of all the digits, including the missing number, has to add up to a multiple of 9. So when Jim read me those numbers, I was adding them up in my head. And so I don't remember what so say he read me 7, 8. So 7 plus 8 is 15. 6 is 21. 4 is 25. And then he said he was done or whatever. So if the numbers add up to 25, the next highest multiple of 9 is 27. So the missing number would have to be a 2. So if the digits add up to 15, the next highest multiple 9 is 18. So you know the missing number has to be a 3.
That's amazing.
Does that make sense?
Yes, a little bit, but I'd have to understand.
Okay, I mean, just to ask. Okay, when you add up the numbers in your head, and then when you get a final total, the sum of those digits plus the missing number has to add up to multiple 9.
Okay.
So if all the digits add up to 21, the next highest multiple 9 after 21 is 27. So the missing number would be a 6.
Wow. That's amazing.
Can I ask you one to see if you have it or not?
Give it to Jim, not me, Mike. Give it to
Okay. Okay, Jim. I'm gonna go slow.
All right.
Okay. 5,
Okay.
7.
Can I write these down? Yeah.
If you want. Yeah.
Okay.
5, 7, 2, 6.
Okay.
What is the missing number? 5.
7.
That's perfect. The digits added up to 20. The next highest multiple 9 is 27. The missing number is a
Got it.
7.
So Mike, how many of these types of, I'm going to call them patterns. I'm a chart guy.
Yeah.
How many
Yeah.
how many types of patterns? There's probably millions of them.
Yeah, I know. I've invented hundreds of these, and some are card tricks, some are different games, some are different ways to train your mind to do incredible things. Some have words and letters in them, not numbers. And you'd be amazed when you practice these and have fun and win your drinks and win dinner, you'll be able to do things you couldn't do before. And that's the key to everything. And so I don't want anyone to ever freak out. If something becomes too hard, just drop me an email. I could send you, I'll try to explain it a different way. Like I said, we'll put a video on your site and you can watch it again, and we'll have the directions up there. All we want to do is help everyone.
So, all right. So I'm going to try to stump you.
Okay, I'm scared, but go ahead.
No. If this is impossible,
wait.
let me know.
Okay.
All right. So if I was born August 1st,
Yeah.
1963.
Yeah.
This is close to my birthday. It's not my actual birthday, everybody, so don't go looking me up. But
Okay.
August 1st, 1963, how many days have I been alive?
Oh my God. Okay. 62 times 365. Hold on a second. Is 22,630. We should have had 16 leap. Yes.
You got it.
16 leap years thrown in. 22,646. Then you had 31,677. Oh my God. This is not good for me, but because I might make a mistake. 16. I am guessing, and I might be wrong on this. 22,000. Wait a second. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Boy, you really did catch me off guard. Let me do one more.
That's
one more
okay.
time.
That wasn't fair.
No. It is fair because I should be able to answer any question I could do. I haven't done this in a long time. We're figuring out the days, but I want to try to do it. 68. I'm guessing 22,779. Can you look? Is that close enough?
I think that's close. That's definitely
you
close
could,
enough.
right? You could ask Siri how many. If I was born August 1st, 63. I mean, I know I'm pretty close on it, but I might be a day or two off.
All right, I'm gonna go to ChatGPT right now. We'll see what it is. Because then I'm gonna subtract 18 years from that and say, how many gin martinis have I had?
I guess 22,779.
They see him walking into a casino in Vegas. They just put their arm around him and slowly walk him out.
Trust me, I've been banned from every casino in the world.
I know.
Oh, really? Have you?
Yeah. I mean, I was on a show many years ago where all I did, I showed a bunch of things I could do. And this was 40 something years ago. And one of the things I did when I was just a kid was take a deck of cards and I could look, the host pulled one out of the deck and I looked through the deck and told them the card was missing. And immediately, I got letters from every casino, even though it was only a local show. So I don't even know how they got that. But within a few days, I've been blacklisted forever.
All right, you guessed
22,779.
22,779. Chat GDP 22,779.
Perfect. Oh, good. Lucky guess. Okay.
Yeah, lucky.
So,
That was
yeah.
great.
Yeah, but I mean, oh, the one thing I want to make sure I don't forget is the reason why I said you can't circle a zero is if the digits add up to multiple 9 already, say you read me the numbers and the digits add up to 18, the missing number could be either a 0 or a 9 because they would both be multiples of 9 when you add it to it. So you know automatically the number is not a 0. So that's why I do that. The number would have to be a 9.
I see.
Okay, I don't want to freak out any of your viewers because I know I talk fast and usually I teach with a board, but I know that's tricky here. That's why we have a tutorial ready to go for people that, I went a little too fast for.
Let's post Mike's. I'll get Mike's X post in there. At least they can reach out to you through X, I hope.
Yeah. Yeah, but you could also go to my website, mikebeister.com, and write me through there.
Okay.
Might be easier to, for me to get there.
Got it. Okay. Super, super cool, man.
Okay.
So back to trading for a second. So do you see certain like number, if you're looking at one market in particular, it could be anything. Do you, I mean, would you look at these like open, high, low, close numbers
Yeah.
and
I
come
mean,
up with?
I do everything, and one of the biggest thing is that gut feel when a market's heavy and when it's not. And when the market's moving and you're trudging up, but every time there's a negative thing that comes out, which is 50 times a day, where something comes out which is a little bearish, you see one market move and you go down a lot quicker than when you go up. People try to buck the trend. But I always say, whenever a stock is heavy, whenever a market's heavy, whenever it is, go with it. Go with the flow. Don't try to go against it. And that's the one thing people have. They think, well, it keeps on going up. Everything's going up except this, so it's got to catch up. No, it's the other way around. It is a heavy day for it. So don't try to force things that aren't there. And like I said, I trade so much with my gut. And a lot of people say because you're good with numbers, you have a gut, but anyone could become a lot better with numbers if they allow themselves to be. It's just a tough feeling if you're a trader and say, I'm not good with numbers. And that's the thing when we go to these colleges, the kids that wanted to be good traders and they're not good with numbers, they start feeling deflated. And I say, look, drop me an email. I'll send you things that will help you improve, because it's better to know now what it's going to take to ace these interviews, because that's what these companies sometimes look for, who has a quicker mind and stuff like that. And I'll help you ahead of time, because I want everyone to succeed. The market's a great thing. It's fun to be. It's a fun thing to do. And a lot of people could be successful if they give themselves a chance.
Mike, real quick, we got a couple minutes left. Is there magic to the Fibonacci numbers on a trading chart?
Oh my gosh, the Fibonacci number is a very cool thing. I don't know how much it affects the trading numbers, but I use the Fibonacci numbers for a lot of different patterns for me. And so it is an incredible thing. I don't want to steer anyone the wrong way, but anything that has a Fibonacci sequence in it, I think is probably pretty powerful.
My whole trading system is based on Fibonacci sequences in math, Mike.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Something I was taught by Judd Hirschberg and Ira Harris in the mid '90s when I started trading, and it still works, and I talk about it all the time. So anyway, yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. No, and we have a Fibonacci princess that comes on every once in a while.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Tammy Marshall, she's awesome.
Oh gosh, I'd love to meet a Fibonacci princess.
Yeah, yeah.
I went my whole life without meeting a Fibonacci princess. And then
Oh, hey, Pax, any
tell
last
her
sec
I'm a big fan with her.
I will. Any last second thoughts, Pax, for Mike?
Now, yeah, again, I can't. I'll end it like I started it, Mike. You're just, you're uh, men like you and people that I've learned from through the years have had a profound effect on my life. And without all of the traders in here that are watching us, knowing this, but traders like you have a profound impact on their lives just because of the fact that you have in mine and others like you. I can learn, and I did by watching you, by watching Norm, by watching your cousin Norm, by watching others who said, he's a really good trader, he's a great trader. You can't do that on social media. It's very difficult to see on Twitter to learn from who's right, who's good, who's got a real reputation. So, I couldn't thank you enough, and all of the traders like you that have gone before us that are willing to share their experience, strength, and hope, and keep all of us moving forward because your influence has a big impact on everybody in here. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you. And just like I know I'm running over, but I just want to say, anyone that any way I could help them, just reach out because I love doing it. I love to help, and hopefully I could come back. And every time I'll come back, I'll teach something fun and new.
Absolutely.
Awesome, Mike.
Okay,
It
thanks,
was a
guys.
pleasure meeting you. Looking forward to talking to you again. Thank you so much, Mike. Have a
Okay,
great weekend.
thanks, Jim. Take care. You too. Bye bye.
Dude, that guy was awesome.
He's great. I mean, that personality and what he did for us on just now in the show is what he has done for us as
Yeah,
clerks.
yeah.
One of my closest friends, Marty Walsh, who I think is present in here right now, his wife was a great Eurodollar spreader, and she was taught by Mike. Mike trained her and taught her how to spread. And his cousin Norm, same thing, became one of the biggest spreaders in the Euros. And there's just that influence lives on. And you don't have to be a math genius. I have to count on my fingers, to be able to do math.
Yeah.
But I see things. Rather, I see patterns naturally, and I see numbers naturally, and I remember them, I like almost kind of photographically. So to be able to put that together with some of the things that Mike, has taught us through the years,
Yeah.
continues to sustain me. And like Blake was saying before we came on, helps me define my risk, manage my risk, and then maybe more importantly, manage my profit and learn how to exploit it.
Yeah. But the other thing that for me anyway is is this muscle memory that you get from looking at the same chart for a long period of time, every day, the same market, maybe two or three markets, and you do get the sense for numbers, you get the sense for levels that kind of just become natural over time. It takes work. You got to pay attention. You got to, work on the charts. You got to pay attention. You got to look. You got to talk out loud to yourself sometimes, which I do. But it's a skill that you can get.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's a skill that you can, yeah, right. You don't like, and that's kind of what I meant is you don't have to be a math genius. I'm not a math genius, but I'm able to maximize my strength by those sorts of things and those tricks and the way that my mind works, playing to my strengths.
For sure, for sure. Well, anyway, great guest. I can't wait to talk to Mike again in the future. It's been a great week, actually. We appreciate everybody who's subscribed to the channel. If you haven't yet and you're considering it, it would be awesome. We would greatly appreciate it. This network is growing. It's getting stronger. We have, the best of the best here at NinjaTrader Live. And not only that, the community is the best of the best. So you guys who are listening, you guys who are in chat, thank you so much for being part of us. We appreciate the subscriptions. If you want to hit that subscription button, that'd be awesome. We also, tell folks, spread the word, man. Tell your neighbor. You're waiting in line at the grocery store. Traders we're everywhere, man. They are coming out of the woodwork. Pex, I was walking my dog recently this summer, and there's another fellow walking in our subdivision. He was going the opposite way. I was going one way, and he was just doing his walk for a healthy walk. And I stopped. I say, "Hi, how you doing?" Blah blah blah. And he works for a prop shop. And I was like, "In futures?" He's like, "Yeah." And I couldn't believe it. And this is a guy in my neighborhood. There's traders everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah, Danielle DiMartino Booth the other day had I thought a great tweet or a great post on X. She got in a cab in New York,
Yeah.
and the cab driver was listening to a YouTube video of her. And she goes, "Oh, by the way, that's me." I think that's hilarious. Every time, I go to my club in Oak Brook, Illinois, outside of Chicago, and I meet traders constantly. Always meet traders constantly, and people that'll ask me, "Are you PAX?" It's always interesting when you're in, you're out and about to find people that are on a path to
Yeah.
being and becoming, to self-discovery, to financial freedom. And then hopefully, if they're listening to us Sundays, well, listening to you and I, they find out that financial freedom is almost impossible in a long-term sense unless you're working on emotional, spiritual, and physical freedom. You got to put it all together. Otherwise, none of it will last.
But on that note, by the way, you've inspired me. I've been lifting weight. Now, I haven't lifted weights since, I don't know when, but last couple weeks, religiously, I got this whole routine together here, and I've been lifting weights like old school, college, years kind of thing, and for 2 weeks, and already huge difference in energy. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yes. I can tell, by the way, that's a short sleeve shirt. And when you went like this, and I can see those massive guns showing.
Oh my
You look
goodness.
great. I mean, look at you. You look great. And as we get older, I think it's, I spent so much of my 40. I spent so much of my 30s, really, 30s and early 40s, absolutely abusing myself. I was never into drugs but I drank too much. I smoked too much. I ate the wrong foods. I didn't run, exercise, or any of that. And then I spent my 40s, late 40s and early 50s running a lot. I was doing a ton of cardio, getting my heart health back, and clearing out my lungs from years of smoke and and stress, trying to get the tension and stress out of me. And it was like 7 years, and I've always lifted weights, but like 6 years ago I started lifting again, 50, 51, and then started lifting heavy like 53, 54. And it's really important, the older we get, the more that we lift weights, combined with cardio, but lifting weights I think is important. Our stability, is as we get older, is going to keep us alive. It's going to keep us alive longer. I don't want to die when I'm 85. I'd like to see 90. If we see 90, Jimmy, then we'll see 110 or 120. People will be living a lot older. So I want to make sure I take care of myself. I've got heart issues, and I've got to mitigate those. I've had cancer. I've got to mitigate that. But my heart, there's nothing I can do about the electrical heart disease I have except continue to live as tense free or stress free as I can, and to get plenty of sleep, eat whole foods, don't drink, work out, lift weights, take care of myself, and move forward every day in faith, hope, and love.
Yeah, yeah. I got to introduce you to Dr. Charles Kinder. He's a cardiologist. He's a world-renowned cardiologist, by the way. And he's met him in a basketball tournament when I was 5 years old.
Hmm.
We've been best friends ever since. We have a weekly call. This is part of my mental health. We have a weekly call with him, and it's not about health. It's about just, how you doing, man? How's the family? How are the kids? How's the commute? And that connection, it's a remote connection on the telephone. But every single week for the last, I don't know, decade, I've had this call with Chuck, and it's so important to me for my well-being. If I miss it, I freak out if I miss a day.
Yeah, isn't that funny? The things that help us grow, if we miss it, something feels off. It's like trading. If I take a trade that's outside my process, I feel a little off. If I miss a day, if I miss a workout, I feel off. If I don't pray my rosary in the morning, I feel off. I feel off if I don't stick to my routine. I feel off if I don't do the things that I know that feeds my soul. Like you're talking about with your friend, and I'd like to meet him. Yeah, I've got some. Well, I've talked about it here last week.
Yeah, he's an electrical guy, and he's the best there. I mean, he went to Harvard. I mean, he never got a B. And when he went to take his med school test, he got like a high school. He got the perfect score, something crazy. But he's a normal guy. Like you would love to have a beer with him.
Oh yeah, I'm in.
We'll do that. I'll introduce you guys. And in any event, let's kind of focus. So about 9:15 today, we're gonna get into this idea of spread trading again between the classic size contracts in the micros. But now I kind of wanted to get your opinion on some of these markets right now. I wanted to kind of take a peek at gold and silver. I know you have opinion on both. Which one you want to start on?
Well, either one.
Order, Phil.
All right, I got gold up on the screen here. Looks like we're driving up to this double top mission control. If we could pop my charts up instead of just for now, yeah, and then we'll pivot over to PAX charts in a second. But this is just a daily candle chart. Nothing fancy here, man.
It always cracks me up when you call the guys mission control.
I think we started that with Kevin way.
Yeah, in the beginning, yeah, mission control, and the Bitcoin. That always makes me laugh too. Gold, you and I have had, since we started Ninja Trader Live, we have had this entire move pegged. I mean, from point to point to point. Starting off in March, when we were talking about the quarterly pivot and the yearly pivot for the year of 2025, which was 33.34. You wanted to be long above that, short below it, and we traded below it. I think we traded down to 32.98 or 32.90 a couple of times, and then got it. So it was trying to break, but it didn't. Once we got above 33, 34, 36. Then we had different levels all the way up. Remember, you were calling the PAX levels, but then ultimately that targeted, like in a swing level, that targeted up to 34.60 and then 36.40, and then you keep swinging 37.75, 39.60, which became 39.83, and that is this quarterly pivot. So above 39.83, the next level is going to be 40.05, 40.20, and then 41.46. And the last couple of weeks, we've talked about on our Sunday show, Sarah Strat Sniper has given us some very, very solid short-term entries with some overlay into the daily and the weekly breakouts when we've talked about the same levels in here, which for me, the Fibonacci math never changes. The breakout above 41.46 targets back up to 44 even, 43.90 to 44 even.
Wait, slow down. 41.46?
41.46. We've been talking
about that I'm putting these in quick, so I'm going to miss it by a couple of ticks here or there, but I'll get close. Okay.
These are levels. These are not secret levels. We've been talking about these prices. You and I have been talking about these prices since March of last year when we started. Yeah. And I've been talking about 41.46 since we've been on the show in this area. So above it, 41.46, we target 43.90 to 44 even. We got there. That was my long-term. That's a long-term target based on lows from the 1960s and 1970s. And you got to, if you want to know where we're going, you have to know where we've been. And above that level, if we can close twice above 44 even, that gives us another $800 in gold, $800 to $1,000 upside in gold. So we've got a long.
You're talking 5,200.
Oh yeah, 5,300. I would not. A running theme in today's shows, starting with you and Blake, was don't fade. Traders are natural faders. Don't fade. And then even Mike Beister was talking about go with the flow. Go with the flow. It's. Most traders are going to fade markets. Most traders want to sell a top and buy a dip, even if it's on a 5-minute chart or 15-minute chart. 90% of traders fail. So if you want to get the results that 90% of traders do, continue to fade things. The point here is that gold has got some major breakout levels. If you're going to take a short, you really want to sell a top, you want to sell them around 43.90 or 4,400 with the tight stop. We get above 4,400, there are going to be long-term stops that are going to run us pretty quickly. And then we get two closes above it, that triggers a big move to the upside.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this chart, and it's as the apes would say, to the moon. I mean, I'd put a little rocket ship on my X post for this one. I mean, we're almost there, man. I mean, we were there once, in middle of October, not too long ago, but it kind of exhausted itself pretty quickly here, and we had that big giant bearish engulfing, but we recovered, man.
We did. And I mean, it's gold has been the trade of the quarter. It's been the trade of the year ultimately, but it has certainly been the swing trade and trend trade of the quarter. The equities have had some really good back. Oh no, you know what? And silver is just the gift that keeps on giving. Silver bells, baby. Silver bells.
Right, so we're going to get back, we'll get back to silver in a second, but it is definitely it's time. Excuse me. So CME is sponsoring this segment for us today, and this is where CME is where risk does meet opportunity. So let's kind of pivot to PAX charts right now, and let's talk about the relationship between the micros and the I call them the classics, but the minis, and this idea of spread trading and how these two contracts really complement each other.
All right. Now there's a lot of different ways to think about spreading, right? I mean, when we were on the floor, there was a lot of ARB, there was a lot of ARB to lock in between the big contract, here and the mini contract. And now the minis are the big contract and the micros are the small contract. And the algorithms have whacked out the ARB. There's no ARB, or very, very in volatile times there might be, but the algos are going to whack that shit out before human beings are even able to see it. So while, I think in the beginning of the micro contract, a lot of people started to think about that ARB. Will there be ARB? No, there isn't. But there is a really, really good way of managing your risk and ultimately managing your profit. I put Jim, what do you call it? Poll on Twitter one time asking what was more important. Is managing profit more important or managing risk more important? And like 90% of the traders said managing risk. And well, okay. I mean, I made that point earlier about what happens to 90% of the traders. So I think managing profit is most important. Let me kind of segue into this. Now, we will never learn how to manage our profit unless we properly manage our risk. And I call that expenses. So if I'm willing to spend some money in the market, I'm going to limit that. If I'm trading a 4-lot mini, I will not spend more than $800 in any particular day. If I'm trading a 2-lot mini, which we're going to do here with the spread, I should never spend more than $400. So when you guys are trading prop and you're using Trade-of-8 prop, which now you're able to use the mini micro spread, you are learning how to manage your expenses. 400 should be the max drawdown that you're going to allow yourself while you're going to trade out in micros, which gives you the ability to properly manage what I consider the most important aspect of trading, learning how to manage your profit. It's learning how to manage your profit that is going to make you a profitable trader, and it's learning how to add to your size. It's going to make you an ultimately profitable trader. So there's two types to every trade. There's managing risk, which we do, as I kind of, very quickly went through, and then there's managing profit. So the mini micro spread really helps you to learn how to manage that. Both sides of those trades. And on top of it, the part that most traders will never get to is learning how to exploit your profit, learning how to add to your positions. So the mini micro spread gives you the ability to be able to do that with lower commissions. Pax, what if I just traded in with a 20-lot micro? Well, you're going to be paying $15 in commissions for every 20-lot in, out, in, out, in, out. Managing your expenses the way that I do, you're going to spend an awful lot of money in commissions for very little, and so by the time the market moves, you're going to put yourself on the bench, you're going to wait, right? But if you're trading in minis, your commissions are less, they're a lot less, and you still have a great way of managing your profit. So it's now, so in that sense, the mini micro spread isn't, like a traditional spread, like a crude spread would be.
It's not an OBS. It's not an OBS spread. No
Right.
over bonds. It's right. But
Right.
they are. I mean, they're two different markets with the same basis. And you have a mini contract with a notional value of, I don't know, it's about 350,000 today. And then the micro is 1/10 the size, which puts that notional value at about 35,000 ish, give or take a couple dollars. And so the ability to put on that, really that powerful buying power with an E-mini, and then kind of taking some of that off the table as the trade goes on with the micro, is where really the risk management comes in.
Yes, and profit management. So being able to mitigate your risk by making it expenses. On a 2-lot should never spend more than 400, right? Depending on how choppy the market is, I will do that today just to kind of I will spend more than 400 just to show you how to do it. But you should always limit your expenses. And then, of course, learning how to manage your profit is what's ultimately going to keep you in this business. So if I buy a 2-lot at 03 and in the market rallies, I'm going to sell 5 at the 15 and a rotation, 5 micros, and I'll show you how to do that. Long 2, short 5. Well, am I really short 5? No, I just took profit on it. So it's learning how to train your mind a little bit differently too. You have to be willing to think of things in a different way, and you have to be willing to train your mind to think of things in a different way. Yeah. Well, your P&L will show you down money in the micros and up money in the minis. Well, You're not down money. That's just, you've got to take your P&L off your screen and just trade your position, trade your levels, trade your targets.
Yeah, and in your example, when you take five micros off, you're still long, in essence, 1.5 of the classic of the E-minis.
Right. That's right. So you're long 2 or you're long 1. If you buy one mini, you've got 10 micros to trade out of. Yeah. So if you buy 2 minis, you've got 20 micros to trade out of. And what's the way that I manage my positions, the way that I manage my entries, what's the difference between a 1-lot and a 2-lot? A tick, 2 ticks of, $50? What's the difference in profit management when you got 20 micros versus 10? Well, a lot, so for 50, maybe $100 of extra in expense money, you get twice the amount of profit management open to you. So exponentially more for what, $50? I can $100 on the upside. I can take that.
Yeah, no, for sure. And now, so today, on the open, we're gonna PAX is gonna demonstrate this on the E-mini S&P. Now, keep in mind, there's micros in all the stock index futures. There's micros in the metals. Gold in particular is very, very popular. I mean, gold right now we've done. How many contracts overnight, if I could find it real quick here, which I can. 216,000 contracts already on gold. We have them in the currency pairs. Micro crude is very popular. So it's not just the E-mini S&Ps. It's several different highly liquid CME group markets as well. So, but we're going to be, when that bell rings, Pax has got that, he's got the ES loaded up on the screen.
No, you guys, listen to me. Listen to Jimmy and I here. One E-mini, whether you're talking about NASDAQ, S&P, or gold, is equal to 10 micros. 1 mini is equal to 10 micros. 2 minis is equal to 20 micros, okay? And 3 would be 30. So 1 equals 10, 2 equals 20.
The one exception to that is silver. Silver is a 5-to-1 instead of a 10-to-1 relationship.
Silver bells, man. Silver bells. We've got a long way to go in silver on the upside, by the way, too. Another silver, for those of you that are paying attention to silver, is trading in $3.20 swings. So above 63, whatever. Hold on, I'll tell you. No, I don't know. Above 63.50, 63.73. The next level is 66.93, something like that.
By the way, Pax, micro silver, 101,000 contracts traded already. Amazing. The bell hasn't even rung yet.
That's amazing. That really is truly an amazing contract. gives you guys the ability to be able to trade. What's the ratio in the between silver and silver micro?
It's 5 to 1. So it's a $25 tick versus a $5 tick.
Okay, so silver gives you truly the ability to silver micros gives you guys the ability to be able to trade in capital markets, that are truly important and significant to capital flows in the world. It is a very, 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 very good entry it's a low cost entry into trading some very, very powerful and I'm not phrasing this right way, but some very powerful markets in the world right now. Silver, the story in the world going into the year's end is in the metals, is in the bonds, and is certainly in the dollar, not so much the indices. So when the indices are quiet like they are, and we're drifting higher, you get some intraday fade things, but when we're drifting higher like this, and it's not, for me, it's not my kind of trade. For 2 weeks, I've been saying on Twitter, I'm not doing anything in the indices, and I really haven't. I have the opportunity to be able to trade the markets that are actively moving. And if you're a newer trader, you're learning how to trade those markets. The micro contracts are a great segue in. If you're a prop trader and you're learning how to trade, other capital markets, is a great way to segue in. And if you're learning how to, if you're moving beyond trading micros a little bit, trading the many micros as a spread is a great way to be able to learn how to be a long-term profitable trader. All of you should be giving yourself the gifts of time here. Don't try to sprint before you can run. Don't try to run before you can walk, and don't try to walk before you can crawl. It's a natural, and don't do it backwards. Walk, crawl, walk, run. My brothers and sisters, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You want to be a long-term profitable trader. You don't want to be a flash in the pan and YOLO and diamond hands and all that other garbone.
So by the way, just on a side note, vintage trader, silver's in the March contracts right now. So March 2026. That's where the front month is.
Yeah, we rolled March. Yeah. Gold is still G.
Yeah. So all right. So let's talk about this E-mini trade right now. We got a few minutes before the bell rings. You're going to tell us your opening range strategy. We have PAX indicators up on the NinjaTrader platform. You guys could get those for free. They're free, right, PAX?
Free.
They're free. It costs $0 from the NinjaTrader website. Now, you're going to enter in the big contract, right? So your initial position is going to be in the minis, right?
Yes. I'm going to enter in the bigs, and I still think that's funny that the micros are considered the bigs. So I'm going to enter in the minis. So I'm going to enter in the minis, and I'm going to exit in the micros.
I mean, $352,000 notional value is not mini.
No, it isn't. It's not. What was the notional value, Jimmy? What was the notional value in the big contract? Do you happen to know?
Oh, geez. I mean, what were we trading then? Like, the big one was like $105. I mean,
it was $250 a point. It was $500 a point when I started, and then they cut the contract.
Yeah. I don't know. That'd be an interesting math to do.
In that, I don't know what happened to my indicator. I'm going to pull it back up again real quick.
Okay.
Seems to have disappeared.
We got time. Did you move the tab on the bottom to a different chart?
Yes.
You got a series of tabs at the bottom. Maybe you hit the wrong tab.
I got too many. I have too many of these. Why not? It'll come up.
But you know what I'm saying? At the bottom of your chart, you got tabs.
Yeah.
Not that. Okay.
Not that.
Okay.
Let's see if I'll use the see the Schnazzy. Schnazzy's is up there. All right, somebody had asked me about the NASDAQ with wider ranges, and not wider ranges, but wider, spread between bids and offers. There are not probably any traders that have traded as many NASDAQ contracts for their own accounts as I have. And I rarely trade NASDAQ, although the NASDAQ's been a better trade. The older I get, the less I like the jumpiness. When I was younger, and a lot of you younger traders, a lot of you prop guys are trading it, guys meaning men and women, are trading NASDAQ. It gives you better moves. It gives you bigger moves. It gives you more 65 handle swings than the S&P does. However, it's a lot more you're going to take more expenses, and if you're able to deal with that, you're okay with it, then it'll be fine. But for me, at this point in my life and my career, I'm not digging. I'm not digging those expenses. I want things to be as easy as I possibly can make them, and not complicated. And I don't want to get into the idea of having to chase.
We're going to get that bell in about 30 seconds here.
I see, baby. Okay. So again, remind yourselves to breathe. Always breathe before the open. Okay, there we go. I want to fix this. There we go. Oh, I don't know what the hell I just did, man. All right. We have 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pop, pop, pop. No, there's no momentum to this. There's no very low volume on this open. So again, if I wasn't here with you guys doing this, I would not be trading. Oh, another thing to mention, we did not talk about rollover. This is the heaviest day of roll. Seriously would not be anywhere near this market if it wasn't for you guys. You know what? I'm going to trade NASDAQ. Okay. So on the indicator, top of the open, I guess I'm not going to trade NASDAQ. Hold on. What is the opening range in NASDAQ? The S&P, there, see it popped up. Now I fixed it, but I'm going to trade NASI. So opening range in NASDAQ is 625 to 560. Oh, I missed that. Shit. I'll go back to S&P. So I missed the NASDAQ. I'm not going to trade it. I'll explain this in a second if I can find the MES. I do not like rollover whatsoever. I like it when we're busy. I don't like it when we're not doing anything.
You could just type MES into that window too if you want.
Thank you.
Yeah, just type it. Yeah, there you go.
Look how choppy this is.
Yeah. Okay. So you got.
Yeah, I know. How do I fix that again?
Go back to that. Yep, go back there. Click on that. Yeah, now just type in MES at the top. MES, you got it? All right, now move your mouse. Yeah, click on that one. You got it.
I got it.
Yeah,
No.
double click that, baby. Hit it hard. There you go, bud. All right, you're good.
Hit it hard. What's wrong with you? All right, 96. So S&P, top of the opening range is 96.75. So I want to be long here. I want to be long above 96.75. So all it's done is given us 2 scratches on the upside if you caught it, and 3 scratches to the downside. Let me move this camera a little bit. Bottom of the opening range is going to be 93 even. Okay, so 96.75, 93 even. 96.75, 93 even. So rollover changes things. All right, now I'm long. Scratch stop in. Now I want to pay for these. And,
Next is long 2 minis.
with a scratch stop in, so I can't lose money. Cursor on the buy side, if it gets stopped out, I'll put them back on if it holds. Yeah, see, I don't like pullbacks because of that. All righty, long again. Bid him, you dirty Nelly, you.
There
All
we go.
right, got a point into it, another scratch stop in. Not going to turn a 1-point profitable trade into an expense. No, sir, not me. Scratched out again. I'd rather take a scratch than a loss. I can always put the trade back out.
Target filled.
Order filled.
Yeah, I missed it. Scratched it. 2 scratches in a row. Here we go to the pay line. Those of you in my group, the pay line is 075. So I'm willing to spend some money around the opening range normally. On this day, because it's rollover, I'm not. But we get up to what I call the pay line, which is where I'm going to pay for my trade at 075. Then I can initiate there. So I can put the trade back on there. I want to trade with the HFTs and their algorithms and not against them. NASDAQ is going. All right. Fucking missed those two there. All right, got the pain line longs. Who's long and paid in my group? Don't spend too much money around the pain line here. No, NASDAQ is not rolled over yet. We don't roll over until the volume is heavier in March, guys. So that will be Monday or maybe Tuesday. This has been kind of a late roll.
All right, we're trading the December contract right now.
Yeah.
And pretty soon, like Pax just said, in a couple of days, all the volume will be in the March 2026 contract.
And that's when we roll. So one of the reasons, so rollover, do you guys understand the concept of roll? Does anybody not understand what happens during a roll? I don't want to talk about it unless, if you guys know what it is, I don't want to bore you with it. If you don't, I'll explain it real quick. Open interest is the amount of open contracts. Gold and silver is starting to sell off a bit. Is the amount of open positions. So if you go home long one, open interest grows by one. If you go home short one, open interest is increased by one. So those in my group, you bought 96.75s, paid for the trade at 0.75, or you're flat like me, waiting for another entry. So rollover is when the open interest from the front month, which is Dece, moves to the back month, which is March, and then March becomes the front month and the tradable month when it has more volume. Right now, volume in Dece is 286,000, and volume in March is 100. The S&P 286,000 versus volume in March is 106,000. So there's still 180,000 contract difference. So maybe we do roll on Monday. All right, let's take on another long here. All right, now go. You dirty son of a bitch. All right, I've got two expenses. I've got two scratches and two expenses. Long again. Now, bid them. Oh, God. Yeah, don't chop yourself up at the pay line. You're long from the opening range, which was very easy, or you're chopping yourself up here. This fucking sucks. If you're long, it's the best trades we have are always from the opening range, from 96.75. We have once we left the opening range, we never got back into it. So if you're trading the pay line, you're chopping yourself up. The pay line also happens to be the high of the night, which also happens to be it's getting close to pretty good resistance. 05 to 09.
Yeah, it's at 69 level. It's just sticky, man.
But again, the opening range has given us the best position that we possibly could have. So you want to trade with the algorithms, and the algos are using the same exact criteria for entry as we do. Now we're getting along. Now we're going here, and I'm looking at the opening range and trying to make a point, and I missed my entry. But nudge here. I'll buy those just to now act like I'm long for 0.75. Okay, scratch stop it at 0.75. I did that just to show you how to manage this. So now I'm acting like I'm long from the pay line. I am going to pay for my trade at 11.75, which is the rotation. So I'll pay for it at 11. Take profit on them. See? So now this takes me out of the equation. Out again. Okay, put them on again. We are not going lower. But then again, we are not going higher. Dreaded creeping rallies. If I was not doing this with you guys, I would not be doing this whatsoever. I would not be trading. Okay, now, never canceled my 11, so I should be getting to the front of the queue. Long 0.75s once again. Scratch stopping, can't lose money. Now, go. Momentum. Buying. Go. Order flow. Like I'm talking to one of my daughters. Come on, sweetheart. Right now, I want to talk to it like it's one of my sons. Come on, you son of a bitch, get up.
Oh,
Well, I
man.
shouldn't. I'm not calling my wife a bitch. I love her with all my heart. So come on, you dirty dog, get up out of the dirt. So I want to trade with the algorithms as they are. So I'm going to be long from 96.75. Lisa Trade is my group R, or I'm going to try to get long at what we call the pay line, which is 0.75, which is what I'm doing, and I'm spending money around it. But I don't mind doing that a little bit because I've got 11 points or 10 points into it to pay for it and take profit. But there needs to be some order flow in order to get us above that level. Now we get above 11.75, then it's 15 handles at a time, 15 handles at a time until we get up to all-time highs, 69.53. So this is a breakout that most people are fading. Don't buy strength, right? Is that the general prevailing attitude? Don't buy a rally. Well, why? I want to trade breakouts.
Yeah.
Now in the broader sense, but at the same time, I also want to trade my process. My process has us, if you weren't, trying to make a point of a scratch as good as a winner like I am, has us long from 96.75, paying for the trade at 04.75 and taking profit up here at 11.75, or being long from 0.75 right here and taking these up.
All right, so Pax, you're long two with the break-even stop. Oh, you just got stopped. I'm going to stop talking.
Well, every time you say that, I get stopped out. Not a break-even stop. A break-even stop, there's two.
Scratch stop.
Yeah, there's two different. So a break-even stop is different than a scratch stop. A scratch stop is your stop at entry. So 0.75. A break-even stop is when you pay for your trade and you use that money that you locked in as your new beginning balance, your new trading capital. So if I pay for my trade with 4 points then I've got, I've got $200 that I can use as trading capital to be able to finance the next trade. Use the money you've locked in to finance, I don't like pullbacks because of this. Oh, see that? Rollover, my brothers and sisters. Look at that fucking stinger. See how rollover works? That's why rollover sucks.
That was a bounce.
Wasn't that? It's just rollover shit. That's rollover. That's rollover shit. That's why I don't trade rollover. Your 0.75 bid, next trade, your 96.75 offer. Somebody comes in and rolls 10,000 S&P or 5,000 S&P in a low volume, low liquidity move, and there we go. Also today, the volume is going to be heavy today. You're going to see 1.5 million, 2 million contracts traded in a market that doesn't do shit. So it's going to be interesting on Twitter. Everyone's going to be talking about how great the volume was. Take a look at a volume chart. The volume is always going to be huge during rollover. You can always tell when it is. All right, let's try to buy the opening range.
Yeah, and by the way, there are larger institutions, commercials, hedgers, whatever, that have large positions, either long or short in this market. They want to keep that position for a longer period of time. And as this contract expires, what they need to do is simultaneously, let's say they're long, sell their position in one contract month and buy it back in the next contract month. That's a role for an institution.
Yes. I got a sell stop in to get me short just in case they come barreling through the opening range and sell them. I would rather be short. I've never seen a bid I've not wanted to hit. I'd rather be short in every market that there is, except for gold and silver. I think of those from a long side. I would rather sell the bottom of the opening range than to buy the top of the opening range almost in any market. And there's reason for it. I mean, I came of age in the tech bubble bursting and made a tremendous amount of money in that. I've had great year, like 2018 was my first huge year on the screens in the fourth quarter. I started getting short at 29.44 and covered them down to the 200-week moving average at 23.46. Downside price action, COVID, tremendous amount of money from 33.97 half down to 21.74. And I missed most of the rally, by the way, in COVID, but caught the break. 2022, 48.08 to 35.02. And then, of course, this year, 61.66 to 48.34. I'm sorry. I'm watching my DOMs. Fuck. Sold them too early, but I got them now. See, I'm much happier when the market breaks, even though we're not going anywhere. I covered those too fast. Oh, no, I didn't. I scratched them, put them back on.
I was going to say, that was a pretty good scratch.
That was, but then I slapped them back on. So watch these matchups. 93 equals 50.
68.90 will be interesting.
$68.90.
If we get there again. We got there a couple times already this morning.
We'll get there.
You got the bottom of the opening range here at 93, Pax?
Yeah, right here. If you're aware, if you're watching, I'm watching the on another screen. I'm watching my matchups. If you're aware of the matchups, I don't cover those too fast. If you're aware of the matchups, meaning the Nasdaq, S&P, kind of what prices are matching up, then it helps you stay in trades, and it helps you cover trades. I should be short 93s. Give me a chance to sell them. All right, sold them there. So 93. I don't have a Nasdaq dome up on here, but I'm watching them on my right chart, or on my right screen. So, the S&P is trying to break, but the S&P has been weaker. And no. The Nasdaq has been weaker, or the Nasdaq has been lagging. I got stopped out again. You dirty son of a bitch. The Nasdaq has been lagging in this rally than the S&P. So it's not weaker, it's just lagging. If they start to break, then the S&P, then the Nasdaq is weaker. Boy, this sucks. Rollover sucks.
So Pax, when you're trading by yourself at home, not streaming, are you yelling at the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if I'm not streaming, I'm not trading today. I'm nowhere.
I'm just saying in general. Are you gonna? Is it a dirty son of a bitch when you're?
Yeah. I've been known to break screens and all kinds of crazy, stupid shit. Yes, all kinds of nonsense, Jimmy. I there's I have superstitions. When the markets are busy, like in February, March, and April, when we were super busy, and I would have really big days, I would wear the same clothes for until that streak dried.
Oh, you got the lucky shirt going. I get it. I like it.
Not just lucky shirt. I mean, I wear the same socks, same pants, same shirt, same drawers.
Not the lucky underwear. We can't.
Yeah. And until that streak ends, when I'm done, when I'm done trading, I go upstairs, take off my clothes, gently fold them up, put them in the bed and get ready for the next day. I've done that forever. Or like my desk that my screens are on. I don't even know how old it is. It's my nephew's. My nephew used to do homework on it. It's where I made my first electronic trade in 2013. And there we go. All right. So now I want to pay for my trade. 93.89 is where I want to pay for it. But I'd like to.
90s are interesting.
What is it? 89. All right. So come on, honey. Pay me. Remove my risk. Remove my risk.
Just wants to do it, man. It wants to do it.
You dirty dog.
There you go.
Paid. All right. So I paid for my trade. So what that means is I've removed my risk. So I am short 2. I am long. I overtraded the shit out of this just so I can illustrate this to you. I'm short 2. I'm short 2 minis and I'm long 5 micros. So I'm short I'm short 1.5 minis.
Yep.
So now if I get stopped out, if the market comes back up to the opening range and stops me out, and I am long 5 micros. If we get back inside the opening range, I can stay long 5 micros and see what we do. But really, I should just exit at 93 in both of them if we get there.
If we start pressing below 90s, I'm going to be worried. You still might have the 11s on and the micros. I don't know. Maybe you canceled them.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about that. I should cancel them. I think I canceled them.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Oh, I didn't. What the fuck? Where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Okay, so safe. Now I'm short 2, long 5. The market is coming underneath my pay line. Now I'm looking for the first rotation at 78. So I'm going to buy 5 more micros at 78. So we use 79. Yeah, 79. So I'll buy 5 at 79. See? All right. Now I have no risk. All right. So please know, you guys, I mean, I would not be in front of the screens trading this today just because well, we have no reason really to move. I would, maybe I would if it wasn't rollover, only because we're, at resistance and I'd want to see if we break or take it out and rally. So we're at kind of an inflection point. But because it's the roll, I've historically taken the 2 weeks of rollover off. I would go to my place in Arizona, or I'd go to depending on the season, or I'd go to my place in Wisconsin. But as the spread between the front month and the back month has expanded, March is at a 60-point premium to D's. So March, how do I do that? How can I show the March contract?
Well, okay. So
never mind. I'll screw it up. Let me just look at
I'm the opposite of you though, man. I love rollover.
Oh, I can't see. Well, okay, that's the point that I'm trying to make. So right now, March is trading at 69.46. So it's at a 60-point premium. Now, since like 22, when the Fed started to raise rates, then that spread started to widen from a couple of ticks to 60 points, which has increased volatility a great deal. Yeah. So the vol during rollover has been, especially in times, where we have reason to move, it has been a very, very good trade, lately, and we have, this is an exception, but normally during December roll, we have the December Fed meeting, last year, my best trading day was December 18th during 2 days before expiration. Yeah. And 2 days before expiration and, during rollover. It was during rollover, 2 days before expiration. It was right after we rolled. So that exacerbates volatility. When there is no volatility, that volatility is compressed. So I don't know if that makes any sense. In times of volatility, rollover will expand that volatility or exacerbate it. In times with very little volatility, then it's compressed, and that volatility. That compressed volatility becomes very choppy, and I can't stand. That's why I don't trade NASDAQ, because it's too choppy. So right now I've got a buy stop to cover my minis at the opening range, and I have a sell offered at 93 to cover my micro longs. So the reason, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're locked in at break even. I had a scratch. I'm sorry, on the minis, and then on the micros though, it's all upside. Yeah, well,
it's okay. I can pull these 93s and give. I can pull that. I'm going to leave them in. I can pull the 93s and give my micros a chance to work, but then it defeats the purpose of why I took profit on them in the first place.
100%.
All right, let's try to put them back on again, see what happens. Out. Oh, my own. I just got long. Okay. That was a double click mistake, Aruski.
Not a double click mistake, Maruski.
The rookie mistake. So yeah, does that make sense? So if I don't sell the 93s out the second that I get stopped out, then it defeats the purpose of me paying for my trade or taking profit on it. Now, because now I'm just naked long, but there are going to be circumstances where I'll want to do that, and this is a whole nother powerful piece of trading this way. Now, how many of you guys are familiar with my concept of equidistant swings? In the chat, please answer. Because if you are, I won't explain it in detail. But how many of you are familiar with my concept of equidistant swings? What the market does on the upside, the market will in fact do on the downside. I know you are, Brian. You're in my group. Duck, it's you too. How many of you guys that are not in my group familiar with it?
By the way, I know nothing. Have a great weekend, man. Thanks for being here.
Huh? You throw me out already?
No. I just wanted to let I know nothing. Thank you for being here, man. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, I know nothing. Thanks. So, if the market has a rotation or two, at least if the market has two rotations. So let's say we sell 93s, we come down to 78, we take profit, we go 78 off, or I add more, take profit at the next 15-handle rotation. So we get a 30-handle swing lower. When the market comes back up to the opening range, what the market does on the downside, it will do on the upside. Those are markets I want to trade, not these markets, okay? Markets that move and that give me equidistant swings. So if we get a 30, more than one rotation lower, then I'm looking for more than one rotation higher. The market will do it almost all the time. It's crazy, okay? So always look for those equidistant swings, and I'll continue to talk about them on Fridays. So please tune in and I'll explain them as we go. These are just patterns that repeat very consistently. Nothing works all the time, but it's consistent. So in that case, let's say that we broke from 78, 68, 63. We broke down to 63. Now I'm short 2. That would make me long 15, right? I've took profit. I paid for my trade to remove my risk. I took profit at the first rotation on 5, and then I bought another 5 down here at the next rotation. So I'm short 2 minis, long 15 micros. So in that case, instead of selling out my micros at 93, I'm going to stop out of my minis and I'm going to be long 15 micros from 63, 78, and 89. So now I covered my minis. Now I'm long 15. We go 93 bid. In my group, we're going to do what I call getting fancy. We're going to buy the bottom of the opening range because we are confident we're going to get an equidistant swing. So this is a chance to size up. We're going to buy the opening range. We're going to buy the top of the opening range. So I'm going to buy 93s and 96 75s. I've just doubled my size without doubling my risk. But I've also got 15 micros on. So I put in, we work above 93. I put in a 15 lot sell stop to ensure that if we come out of the opening range to the short side, I'm going to get out. Now, if we rally, now let's say I didn't double up. I bought 2 at 96.75. So now I'm long 2, long 15. So I got to pay for my minis. I sell 5 micros. I'm long 2, short 10. I mean, see, this is really intricate and complicated, and there are multiple layers to this onion. But it all comes down to the same risk management or expense management with exponentially more profit opportunities open to you. That's the point that I want to make. Even if this doesn't make any sense to you, at least you know that by trading this way, it gives you a vast amount of profit opportunities open to you. Does that make sense? Do you guys have any questions on that before I skedaddle and let XY and Chris take over?
Skedaddle. There's a word for our vocabulary. Hey, Chris and XY are in the house.
Good morning. Hey guys.
Hello,
morning.
Lance. You guys have it? It really is, because there's a lot of different things here that you've got to pay attention to. Look, most of you think that your stats matter. They don't. how you're going to increase your size, how you're going to manage your profit and increase your size. That's what ultimately matters. Scalping, fading things, you can make a bunch of money, but eventually you're going to limit yourself. We get 30 handle swings, we get another 30 handle swing to the upside. I know what we're doing, and I know that we're going to continue to trade those markets, and those are the markets that I want to bang out big size on. So you go from a 4 lot to a 40 lot pretty quickly if you know how to properly manage and exploit your profit. And the spread gives you those abilities to do that. Some prop firms do, Raging Cajun. Some prop firms do. I think I don't know which ones do and which ones don't. But like Trade prop gives you the ability to be able to trade this on their front end. You just have to find what prop groups are allow you to do so.
Oh, that was awesome, Pax. I appreciate all that, demonstrating it to everybody.
No, we didn't do shit, so I didn't demonstrate anything. But yeah.
Oh, you did. You had that first 2 lot, and then that you covered 5. That was, and then we went back to scratch. It was a good trade. It made the point on how really kind of you could maximize your use using the strategy.
It's always better when the market moves to illustrate something. And we're at the pay line. We have not accomplished one 15 handle swing in the S&P. So this is a market not worth my money.
Well, this is why Chris and XYZ are going to be looking for trades, right? And it's their job today to do that. And right. The market is going to do that. The market doesn't care what Chris and XYZ are going to do, right? So that kind of makes their job a little harder, but they're professionals, so I'm sure we're going to do good.
Oh, they're great. The best of the new generation of traders.
Ooh, you guys heard it here first. The best.
Of the new generation, you don't know XYZ well enough to know he's going to be saying that over and over again for the next 3 years.
He said the best of the new generation.
But don't forget, that could be very fleeting. You got to make sure that you maintain it over a very long period of time, and that's the difficult part.
Oh man, it is. But anyway, I don't know. I've been doing this for longer than you, Pax, and I every single day I can't wait to get to the screen. I'm engaged. I have my mobile app at night looking at it. I'm sure my wife hates me, and I'm like up here. I'm here at 5:30 in the morning, just loading up charts and thinking. And it's I just love being engaged in this.
Fridays are the best ones, the best streams.
This is the greatest business in the entire history of the world. There's never been another business like this. There never will be. The trading floor was better than this, but look, and in a world too, like you guys are young guys, and in a world that is rapidly changing with jobs that will no longer be available, this will be available.
Yeah. But the trading floor was different, Pax, in that it was a social phenomenon in addition to the work at hand.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And that's what I love about Ninja Trader Live is we have that social aspect to it now. I mean, look at the folks in the chat. I mean, they're, just rolling. I mean, they're very intelligent. They're very smart. They're asking the right questions. They're helping each other out. Regardless of what me and you say, Pax, they're helping each other out, which is just fantastic.
Yeah, that's what makes this great. We'll never replicate the floor, but we can pull what was best out of it and try to replicate that, which is great relationships and learning from one another. And that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but here in this environment now, we have it. We can be more intimate with the other folks that are trading. So Chris is going to give us his game plan.
Right.
XYZ is going to tell us what he's thinking. And you're not going to necessarily get that in the heat of battle when you're trading on the floor, right? You're elbowing the guy next to you saying, get out of my way.
Get out of my way. On the other side, who am I going to go beat up?
Yeah, he's not going to elbow me. He's in California somewhere. I don't know where. Anyway, so let's kind of pivot a little bit. Let's XYZ start with you. What are you seeing so far this morning?
Well, I am short. Anyone who's been on enough during my streams knows how I feel about the greatest squiggly line of all time. So that's where I got my short. It's so a broader view would be just interest in the market. We've had interest higher and lack of lower for it's been a while, right? And as we finally broke, we did build. So I see that at some point they decided to just rip this one more time. But ultimately they are still trading under here is what I'm noticing today. And we're building, right? So at the open, the market opens, it flushes. And during that flush, so one of the things I look at, and maybe I'll do like a write-up or a video on this over the weekend if I have time. During that push down, what I look for is it resolved in a way of, did everyone get a chance to really auction this price, or did everyone choose to? On that move down, we had a couple of points. I test right now, I don't remember exactly, but I'm going to say like up to 6 points of incomplete auctions, what I would consider incomplete. Very one-sided. One side did not participate. One side didn't really get the chance to participate. They didn't really make that choice. It ran down and ripped up and left that low, which instantly I was like, okay, if they give me an opportunity to get short, I will short into this low. So as price, it starts to move up. I'm just watching the offer. Every time they offer down, do they get forward progress? Sometimes they do, but instantly a bid floods in and it keeps going up and up and up and up. And it's not until they're trading VWAP, they keep trading up and up and up. Then there's, another cluster of a volume two-way trade, but then it gets left behind. Now they're trading downside. Now the offer is flooding downside and they're not trading those prices anymore on the bid. So that's, it's a good confluence. It's kind of like a perfect storm, A+.
Yeah.
I'm looking for that low. It's not to say that, okay, the market puts in that kind of low and it's guaranteed to trade. There's no guarantee of anything. The market really does not care. Ultimately, oh, is this a nice low for us? Is this? The market doesn't care. It has orders to fill and it's going to do so.
XYZ, just to refresh everyone's memories, that 24-hour VWAP a rolling 24 or is it anchored?
It's every open, so it's anchored to every Globex open. It will start another one.
Got it.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that I notice tends to happen. Highs and lows left that way in terms of volume tend to be reconsidered. So it's not to say the market does this. It's guaranteed to happen because the market wants to do so. Who knows? It could be this, it could be that, but it just tends to happen. So perfect storm right at VWAP, giving me what I want to see on the DOM. You get the short. I was very, very heavy-handed on this because the market does not spit this setup at me very often. I don't think it does at all. To allow me an entry at VWAP to get to what was the low. It doesn't happen. Usually it'd be somewhere else and it's not that good of a trade, right? Or it's not as good. I'm not going to say it's not good. But that was the short. I was scaling in around here as the offers kept refreshing. So ultimately, you guys are seeing 608 half as a price because that was my last entry. And that's the short. I'm looking lower because, well, volume stopped transacting higher, really. And the last batch that did was now offsides. So I'm looking at, I think if they're going to, show less progress upside, they're going to start filling downside. And we've got some room. We can start filling out this profile down to this line right here, which is just a prior range, right? Prior range right here. And, address things as they go. But that's the short. I think it's a very convoluted setup because of weird order flow factors, auction factors. But if there's enough interest, I'll
nice.
Put something up for you guys.
All right. That's awesome, man. Great trade this morning, XYZ. Christian, how you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, man. What are you thinking for today?
NQ's breaking pretty hard, being hit by some earnings that came out in the semiconductor space. Mm-hmm. So I am thinking that we're going to see lower because we failed to hold this. Let me share this 4-hour chart here. This was the range that NQ was in. We are failing to hold that here. We tested it recently, the 560s area, and now we're moving back down to prior day low. This is that big daily range breakout. And we had a pretty big reaction this week off it. So we have to see how we react going back into it. If we form acceptance there, then we'll probably trigger a daily failed breakout out of this multi-week range. And that can mean pretty bad business. We can go all the way, significantly lower. So it's going to be a big test here at this, let's say 340 to 400 range for NQ. For ES, this breakout is failing from yesterday. There was a nice consolidation that it broke out of. We typically want to see a higher high, higher low hold. And after holding for a bit at this 68, 80s, 90s, we're moving back down to test that breakout. So if this breakout fails to hold here at 6860s, then which will be in alignment with NQ coming back down to this daily support area. If we form some acceptance there and fail to hold, we can drop significantly lower. So we'll have to see. I'll be focusing on that area here to see if we can get a reaction. And then if we form some acceptance, then align with this breakdown and look for shorts.
That's great analysis, Chris. Thank you. Everybody listening to us, thank you for being part of the Ninja Trader Live community. Where else do you get this great analysis from? A couple of folks who are really experienced here. So appreciate everybody being here with us today on Capital Preservation Friday. Subscription button. It's right there, probably on your screen right now. That means a lot to us. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't. We'd greatly appreciate that. I know a lot of you already have, and we thank you for that as well. So having said all that, we had a great morning this morning. Pax, I think it's time for me and you to let these young bucks do their thing.
Oh, they already are. That was fun to listen to. Thank you guys for that. XY and Christopher, thank you, or Christian, thank you for those great explanations of what you guys are doing and what you're seeing. It's really interesting for me to listen to. Like you said earlier, we never stop learning. The S&P, I don't know, not strong, and NASDAQ not strong either. But be careful; it's rollover. You stops.
There you go. All right,
My week is over.
All right, Pax, listen, man, you have a great weekend. Love you, brother, and I will talk to you soon.
Love you, Jimmy, and everybody. Have a great weekend. God bless you all.
All right.
Trade them up, boys.
Guys.
Trade them up.
Good luck,
Thanks,
boys.
Pax.
Have a good weekend, guys. Yo.
Yeah. So them's the breaks in the markets. Would not be. This bounce here very unsurprising because, well, if you don't need order flow, you don't need anything. Just look at the wicks prior range. It's been doing this every time, and you should expect it every time it comes back. Just don't know what the outcome will be on the bounce. We are still about 60 points away from the 9 EMA, so you could definitely keep bouncing, but the EMAs have began sloping, which is why I'm not giving up this access. I have Hive-Day access for, lower potential. Let me see.
Nice, Fractal. Good to hear.
Yeah, that's awesome, Fractal. That's a very good testimonial for the show, for sure.
Yeah, Josh, we lost 560s. That was the base support. We back tested it here. We broke lower, tested it, and then saw the rejection move lower back down to 410s, which is pretty much around where we bounced from yesterday. So we are coming into some support. Here's that test yesterday that we bounced from. And we want to see now if we hold here or do we form some acceptance and then continue lower. Pretty divergent market. We have a lot of distribution happening in tech, semis. But gold's shot up. Look at that.
Dude, gold, I know. I looked at it in the morning. I was like, wait a minute, is my chart bugged? It was just like this. I didn't even see where it was yet. And then I had to scroll up and I was like, oh, all right. Messed around in that range for 10 days. Looks like they made the choice of upsides. I mean, you keep tapering either side. It's never going to stop until someone wants to buy it through. So this is kind of like a perfect example for how you can utilize volume. It's right, taper. Always a lack of interest. Upside, they tried it once, again, and now on the break, you can see that it's build, and they build it again. Refer to all of this, right? There is a difference here. Lack of a build. They're building higher, and then it just rips, right? The shorts, everybody. Get out of the way. Shorts are buying, buyers buying. Market sees this. Here's what it is. So this is a pretty good example of how you can use volume to gauge interest or lack of, and then ultimately the market's going to make a decision on either side. Right? And it just so happens that now the decision finally made. There's just not enough sell interest for the buy interest in this range, and they have to explore further. And if you want to buy, you're going to have to buy these prices because no one's willing to sell it anymore. And we're up at the highs. Coming back, I would expect this range to hold. Right? So this is to me the most recent volume.
What range? What numbers are those?
It's like 350, 4350. Volume. So if you were looking at candlesticks, it'd be like 4308 down to the 4290s. But I'm just measuring volume, and this would be where you would expect to hold because this was that breakout volume build. Lots of buyers here responsible for this, even finding buyers higher. So it's not unlikely that they'll start to fill in this volume here on this P shape. Come back and see if they can find a bid in this range.
Close to that prior day low. I think you might want to take that out if we're putting in some sort of low and then maybe a relief bounce. Big breakdown in NQ though, and maybe now we finally stick this breakdown below 560s. Every time we broke it, we just hit 400 and then bounce back up. So if this time we can form acceptance at 400, you know that buyers aren't showing up there to buy back up. And then the breakdown from that acceptance can be a really good short.
What times are you looking for your volume profile? This one is a 5-day rolling. These are all daily profiles. 24-hour session, 23. If you want to be, this is RTH only on the 1-minute chart. Short off 24-hour, yes. Short off 24-hour. I did have some added confluence. So otherwise, that move up to the 24-hour VWAP, I mean, that was it was a strong bid for sure. And I got really lucky on that big wash down. It was like an instant I mean, it went like maybe almost 50 points, 40 something, but I just like straight up started market closing some of the shorts covering. I covered 5 of them down there and I held 3 for the low. Ultimately, the trade idea was a new low because of what I explained earlier. So I covered 5 on that. I don't know what that was. I mean, Pac said it was like a big roll that came into the book. Whatever it was, it paid me about, I'm going to guess I probably covered for about 40 after just marketing out. 40 points on 5, got 3 at the new low, and I'm just been holding this one. So usually I would have covered the one already because this is my next point of reference for a bid, right? And I don't want to hold through a steep pullback, but I was heavy-handed on the short, and I got paid really nicely. And now I could feel like this is less, it's more inconsequential, and I can hold it comfortably. And if we're going to build lower, the idea is, all right, we'll keep building and we'll see when they stop building, and they just haven't. So on this pullback, yeah, it wasn't the greatest to sit in for me because it was like half of the P&L on the runner back, but it was the first test of the 9 EMA since we broke. So my gauge was, look, if they hold this spot, we're going to just keep going lower. And if they don't, I'll probably cover this thing somewhere around like 30, 35 points and call it. But they held where they needed to, and now it's just been sequencing downwards. So those are my thoughts on this runner. I don't even remember what the original question was. I apologize. If I took a long this low, what would my profit target be? I mean, if you're getting a long here, you're looking for, I mean, it's got to be like 540s at this point for your thesis. Obviously, I would be taking profits along the way. If I got long, let's just say, I don't know, the 430, I would definitely be taking some in the 470s, right here, 460s upper, before it starts to taper in this particular distribution. Take profits up here and see if you can keep running it. Got room to the 490s. 490s is where the 9 is right now. But I wouldn't look for this long, honestly, personally. It's not just because I'm sitting in short, but if I'm looking at where the market's building volume now, this is a much different trade than like this long down here, because this was the first time back. They could build a little bit, leave it behind, trap it, and go up. But this is after already doing that, and this should not have occurred if this was going to remain like a trap. So, and they stopped building upside. Sure, they traded it. They didn't really put in any volume though. Lack of interest. The interest now is on the bottom half versus the first half. So if you want to stay in line with the market, you follow the interest, and that's where it's going. 60-minute chart is RTH and Globex. It's continuous. Where's the 5-minute chart? Not on here. Not on here.
He wants prior day low. Week.
Yeah, prior week low would be kind of crazy. It would be crazy, but this is the environment that kind of does that. I think I'm going to be looking, if we do get into the 360s, I may consider taking that. It really depends. Or I'll trail it. I'll start the trail. And that's going to be tough because they might give a really strong bounce. Not to say that it will be a reversal, but I'm not sure how much of a pullback I want to sit in. When I could just call it good here. Carlos Profits, good morning. That's a lot of emojis there. Dom Replays, nice handle. I speak to him regularly, he's aware. I speak to Stowe regularly. Where's the 5-minute chart? I reused it a lot. I mean, it's just not visible here on the stream, but I have it. I don't use RTH VWAP. So yeah, I did have it for maybe 3 or 4 days at some point, long ago. But I found that the RTH VWAP it's like the same. It ends up being very similar to my 5-minute 9 EMA. So I was like, well, if they're both going to be the same, I'm just going to keep the 5-minute 9 because I've been using it forever. And that's why I don't have RTH VWAP. It's absolutely not to say it doesn't work. Clearly, I think it does. If I keep the 9 EMA on, which is similar to the RTH VWAP, I do think they both work. But yeah, that's why I don't have it. It's not because I don't think it's useful. Do I hold the gold 24-hour VWAP with way as much as you do in Q? I do, honestly. I think all 24-hour VWAPs are important because of what they are. They are just where there's the most interest in volume in the market. It's that buildup. You're always going to see increased pace, increased order flow at the 24-hour VWAP because, well, I mean, if that's going to be the average, the buyers want too long, at least at the average, right? You don't want a bad price. So if you consider that the average, if you have a big order to fill, if you are institutional or whatever, that's where you're going to look for liquidity to fill either side. So I think just intrinsically, it's important. Would I consider adding positions to multi-day swing? No, I don't swing trade. I like to just get on the chart and get off. I mean, if we're being honest, if I wasn't on stream, I would be covering here at this swing low. I would just cover here and move on. But
How many contracts do you have left?
I only have one. I've had one since since the new low that was like 40 minutes ago. So when NQ made the new low, I went all the way down to 1. So I've just been sitting in it. Yeah, there's no way I'm holding more than one contract and without peeling anything off on a move like this. I just don't have that in me. Yeah, I'd be peeling it off right here at this line if I wasn't on stream. But since we're on together, I mean, we might as well watch it. So I will be trailing this now just to see how far we can go. I mean, I'm locking in a pretty substantial amount of points on this. Trying to see, I mean, we could definitely find something nasty here. We've gone through the entire prior week's value on NQ.
All right, so there's a prior day low in NQ. ES failed to, is really probably failing this larger breakout from yesterday. So then price, if it, now what price the ES needs to do is reclaim 68.68 to see a potential bounce. If not, it can move back down to 68.35.40s, which is the bottom of that multi-day consolidation we were in. NQ into that big daily support where we've been sort of bouncing. It's like a range from 340 to 400. Some acceptance here, failure to hold here. We can see a pretty big breakdown because this would be a big daily failed breakout. But yeah, this is most likely, let's see, where's, I mean, this can go back down to prior week low if it fails to hold here. 190.
It really could.
I mean, I do think there's some sort of relief bounce here because we do need to form some acceptance, consolidate to create more energy if we are to see that push lower. So let's see if we can get some sort of a bounce, wedge structure, and then maybe there's a short setup on acceptance. I mean, I would be surprised if we get a third big bounce like we have in the last week.
Thoughts on the meow yesterday? What happened? I didn't catch the news stream. I don't know what happened. No way, tacky. That might be the craziest thing in trading I've heard this year.
Why am I blue? What do you mean by that?
So there's a guy named X Tacky in the chat, and at one of the streams, he was like, "I have 60 drawdown left in this account before it blows up." And he just told me I managed to take out a payout from that broke account. Took a small 5-day vacation trip. Now we back. So he had a $60 drawdown, and I think by the end of the stream, he scalped back like 1,200 of it. And I guess this is where there's a 600 lot sitting 360s NQ. Very curious to see. Oh, they filled him. 600 lots just filled at the bid. So if anyone was doubting how much interest downside the market has, they quickly filled 600 lots bid side in one go. So no one should be sitting here going, yeah, I don't know if there's enough sell interest. Someone popped up with 600. The market said, yeah, I'll take that. I will definitely take that for a sell. So I think we'll be maybe getting our 300-point runner.
Yeah, hold that thing. At the end of the year, why not? Yes. Big breakdown here. Close the markets. You guys see me? My internet's acting up today.
Chat, I'm getting squeamish. Getting squeamish. Looking at ES, the G1 off. That's actually a new record. You guys have just watched me do it all the time. Record for my own.
Well, I muted on accident. You closed it on that drop?
Yeah, it filled my limit order.
Oh, sick trade, man.
Dude, I got blessed today. I'm not gonna lie to you. Insane. Honestly, this week has blessed me a lot. Yesterday was really hot for me till I gave like almost 30% of it back on stream. But yesterday was still a huge outcome for me too. Yeah, guys, sorry. I'm definitely not taking any. I don't care what the market spits out at me. I'm not taking any more trades after that. I'm ending it on a high note for the week. Also,
You can call it a weekend.
dude, 300 points, Muckins 555. I mean, I think it's a market thing. I think I am a trader who is happy with like 30, 35. I think that's good. It's a decent trade. Obviously, depending on risk. But if you give me even 50, it's like, oh yeah, I would never not close any at 50. Unless it was like March, April again. That would be, sometimes that needs to be where your risk is. But yeah, sometimes I think lately the market's been better for me when it gives the days that offer the moves. Not a common occurrence. Not something I expect to happen ever again.
All right, we're back really close to that 6840s, which was the next support down. I'm going to look to short a bounce here if we can get it. This is a big breakdown. So let's see if we can bounce into the this 20 EMA cloud. But it doesn't look like a good time for a relief bounce.
$50,000 trade? No. No.
You'd be in the
but
Bahamas right now.
It was substantial. 50,000. I don't think I will ever. I'm actually very confident. I will never, ever achieve a $50,000 trade. It's just not the way I do it. And it will require a size that I will just not be comfortable with at all. Not one that I would seek. I mean, yeah, you guys know there's tons of traders out there. You guys see them that have mid 5-figure, 6-figure trades. I'm not that guy. I will never be. Maybe, probably. And that's just the way it is. I'm happy with it.
Well, wouldn't you naturally be trading that, be having that kind of P&L on larger size? Like as the account grows, the account gets higher, your risk gets higher. A $50,000 trade can be 2 to 5% of the account.
Right. Yeah. If I ever had an account that big, or just be comfortable with that much leverage in my trading, sure. You know, it's all the same thing, just different size. I just don't know if I ever would be. But as of right now, it's not something I seek. I think that's more of what it is. Whether or not I would be ever is one thing. Right now, it's just not something I'm seeking, so to speak. But who knows? Maybe sometime, maybe one day, some big wig is gonna throw money at me and say, here's a shit ton of money. Do what you do, but with this money. And I'd be like, sure. Who knows? Right now, it is not a foreseeable outcome. But I wouldn't be doing anything different. Yeah, it would just be size. Yeah, anything over 40 and you're a happy camper, me too. I wasn't happy. I had 9 on, guys. And when that market just went instant like 50 or whatever, I was like, I don't even care where I get filled. I'm getting 5 out right now. So yeah, that 40, I'm happy. Even if it came all the way back on the remaining 4. It's good enough for me.
Let's see. We have a most recent 9 MA lower high here on the 2-minute. You see this downtrend here, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. So it's rejecting again. It can put in a third lower low, but it's into this area as the trend here on the 2 minutes starting to end. And this is where we can get some sort of bounce that can be shortable if like on a back test, like, you know, we kept holding 400 for the last few days. You can imagine that the first test of that from the underside can act as resistance now instead of support, and may offer a short opportunity that I'll be looking for. But yes, similar structure here. We have a low, lower high, lower low, lower high. We need to reject here. Failure to make a new low off this 9 MA in both ES and NQ can mean that we can now get the reversal, or at least a relief bounce, right? I don't want to call it a reversal. But
Brent. Yeah, I'm not that guy, pal. I wouldn't say it's self-limiting, guys. I think I just really am happy where I am in life, and I don't necessarily seek to change it too much. I don't know. I feel blessed every day. That's what it is. Then you got, obviously Chris handles a big book or multiple books. I don't hear those sounds anymore from your alerts. What happened?
Yeah, I had to take them off. Too many people
They actually made you take them off?
Somebody was outside my window saying, I can't sleep, or it's too loud.
Cops talking to you. Yeah, we've got a noise complaint. Your alerts are triggering people's stops. You need to take them off.
All right, so you see how we're reclaiming here this last 9 MA lower high in both ES and NQ. And now we can start the potential bounce here. But I am interested in shorting the bounce. I do kind of want to bring the alerts back. And nobody
low-key
sees
bring them back.
the size that I can put on here, guys. But I do trade significantly more, but I can't share that here.
If he does, the market makers will see.
I used to trade 20 to 50 contracts daily, but it was a,
That is crazy.
high 7-figure account.
Everyone is so interested in the P&L. After commissions, it's just short of 15K on that trade, guys. I'm not taking another one. Not after that. The market's not giving me anything that good today.
Slippage wasn't that bad. I'll tell you this, that my commissions, because it was at a not a type of broker like this where, this gives you really good commission structure, but it was anywhere between 15 to 30K a month just in commissions.
Yeah, commissions, they'll definitely get you. Even on really good tiered commissions. Yeah, chat. I mean, I appreciate it. You're gonna see all kinds of stuff, right? I regularly see like 50K, 80K, this and that. I don't know. We'll say 400K P&L month on my timeline on Twitter. I see it all the time. But the difference is this money's mine. So whatever you guys make on your trades, that money's yours. Who cares what somebody else made? Just don't use that as a factor of comparison because it's not a performance thing. It's just a size thing. They're very different.
Yeah, it's much better to look at it as percentages. I mean, everybody wants to make $2 to $5 grand a day, and they, we have this idea that we can replace our income from our job, and some of those people can do it faster than others. But trying to chase the dollar P&L, it's just not. It's going to get in the way of. It's going to rob you the opportunity of focusing on process. And if you start to look at percentages and say, I'm risking 0.5%, 1% every trade, that becomes R multiples, and you can track that better on a monthly basis. And you can start out by risking, $200. And if the trade opportunity means you're going to risk more than this $200, then you can't take it, right? An algorithm wouldn't take it. But if you're constantly looking for that dollar, I mean, you're just blowing through those accounts. You're losing accounts.
Someone asked me, what's with the heavy hand at Fridays, bro? I think the thing about Fridays, honestly, ever since I started doing the Friday stream, they are commonly my biggest days, but it's because I'm forced to get up before the market even opens, right? I'm up. So the market, my time opens at 6:30. I'm up by 5:40 just to get ready and all that stuff. And it gives me time to get prepared, get ready for the open so that I can grab these opportunities. Generally, okay, let's just say I got to the charts 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago. It's a whole different thing, right? I've missed the VWAP entry. I'm going to get alongside with this reoffer, and the whole thing's different because now it's already approaching a zone I expect to bid. Even if I got short, it would look much different, right? I'd start covering more aggressively. I wouldn't have that heavy of a hand in it, things like that. But on Fridays, I'm up, and I can see it, take advantage of it as it presents itself. The setups are better, right? And the market just runs because, well, it's a period. So
Your
my wife tells me
I'm up.
it's just fine.
I've been trading for 15 years, Darion. No, I did blow up accounts when I started, but my biggest dollar, I'll share a dollar loss, but you got to understand it's a small percentage of overall book. My biggest dollar loss was, never mind. I don't know if I can say it. It's high six figures.
Dude, I would curl up in a ball.
It's under, like, it's a small percentage of the account.
Right, it's a big book.
Like just percentages that matter, yes. But I mean, that was, my biggest emotional hit because it was, back in the day that me growing up from no money, it's like, how can I just lose this? This is a house. So it took me 6 months to make that back. I had to grind it out.
You're still looking for a short?
That's really how what?
You still looking for a short?
Yeah, I do like the long though too. It was sub 10%.
Nine EMA is about 400 now. See if they offer around there.
I like the long.
Prior day low, 9 EMA, volume. Could be good.
No, but I do want a short, but I mean the long's setting up here for a relief. But ideally I get to short a bounce in the 5 minute 20 EMA. Maybe that's around 400, 410.
Yeah, this can offer just above prior day low, 400s. Hey, before I forget, I keep forgetting to ask production. Are the streams going the week of Christmas?
No.
Anyone know?
No, they're not.
They're not. Actually, I should just ask production right here, backstage. I don't know what I'm doing.
They need the break.
Oh, no streams. Okay.
How did I learn how to trade size? By focusing on percentages, or else you won't be able to trade 7 figures if you're looking at numbers, at dollars, and being emotionally attached to those. Like it's always a percentage. You have to, and you have to think long term. Because if, you just have to. So here's the bounce. And then we highlighted that the failure to make a new low off the 9 MA here on this test could result in a bounce. You have a low, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, rejected, failed to make a new low, bounced, and now we're starting to climb higher. So that's the trigger long here on a reversal, where you get long and then your stop goes at the lows. An aggressive stop would be at the low of this recent ray candle. But here's the bounce now to see if we can hit resistance and reject.
Someone said, just flip some micros for us. No, thank you guys. I cooked myself yesterday pretty good on behalf of stream. I think it's enough. Just changing some colors of these zones.
I don't want to go into like teaching mode here with these trades.
I might have bottom ticked my exit. No, I think this goes lower. Whisper Era. Yes, thank you for the promo. XY spam demo trades with 50 minis. You guys are looking for a different kind of stream. There's plenty of those out there. You guys know who I'm talking about. By the way, that's no one specifically. I'm just saying there's plenty out there and you guys have probably seen it. What's my X? It's XYZ Trades on Twitter. I think production can plug it in. If you go on my Twitter, there is a free playbook for you in the bio. Completely free. So if you don't like it, don't complain to me.
Yeah, this is going to bounce. I don't know if we'll get that rejection. So the 9 EMA reversal triggered, and you're seeing this bounce here now. Let's see if we can push up. A reclaim of 410 area would mean can mean a pretty big bounce. So let's see if we can find some resistance.
Tap the 9. Can you talk us through your thoughts on GC using gold? Gold. I mean, I ran through it a little bit earlier. I don't know if you were on stream, but yeah, earlier in the stream, I ran through it. Basically, I mean, you see these zones now. Taper top. Now they're building top, breaks out, building higher. Interest is now moving higher. Versus prior, when we were stuck in this range, every time you would test one side of this range, lack of interest, lack. Now you can see it building. So, okay, breakout, sure. Now, at the time, this was thin. It was just this node, and it's like nothing down here. So I was speculating, yeah, they're going to make their way back down, re-auction these prices, right? Build out some volume. And they're doing so, and they're probably going to hold, if they can trade into like the 43.15s, a little under, they're probably going to hold. I would expect this to hold. If not, I would definitely expect this to hold right here. If this volume doesn't hold, I think they give the whole thing up. But clearly they found a bid pretty nicely. Yep. So coming down, you know, pull back, but higher low. And now they've been sequencing it since. See where it goes, but they've definitely built out this volume. So the interest has moved from only up here to down here now. So the market's going to keep seeking, right? It's like price discovery. They're going to keep going into these ranges where an auction really wasn't had, and see at what point now then do new buyers step in, right? So these are pretty much laggard buyers. And this is happening because, well, if you shove late buyers out of the market, you're actually just, it's selling, right? Late buyers would become sellers. The sellers are sellers. It's double selling. That's what makes the market. And at some point, they're going to need to find a spot where the bid is willing to step up now. So for the longest time, the bid wasn't willing to step up in these ranges. Only down here were they stepping up. You can see it through the volume. Right here, right here, right here, right here. All tapers until they finally stepped it up higher, held it, and then actually this is the bid stepping up higher. Willingness to bid higher. Now they go up to here, and now they're down here. They're looking for it, right? Is there a willingness? Is there enough bid to bid this higher? And they'll figure it out. They'll find out. And if this holds to get back into this range, now this would be the next spot where they would likely hold price if they come back to it. So that's my thoughts on gold. I would say a rebid in these two zones is not out of the picture. But yeah, it was super thin volume on the way up. So coming back down to fill it was not, you know, unreasonable. Those are full session. Globex and New York, Sean.
So I was looking for a bounce a little bit higher, that 410 zone. And then what I wanted to short was a higher low against it. We sort of broke through the 9 EMA. We didn't create the higher low, so no entry for me. So now see if we can break lower, or if not, this becomes the higher low. And then we bounce back up. But either way, this can now start a 2-minute, possibly a 2-minute wedge.
Is 300 point best trade? 300 points is the longest runner I've had. I wouldn't say today's trade was the best trade, no.
Local, yes, but it's on the swing. It's for stocks. I mean, today's stock got hit hard, so I took some stops in stocks as semis got hit pretty hard. But yeah, same strategy. It's just a trend following strategy. Although I will say there's more reversals in day trading than in swing trading.
In
Swing
swing.
trading, it's mostly following.
Yeah, I don't for whoever was asking. Oh, okay, okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure that gold thing, you were here for that.
Okay, so from here we should get new lows if we are to reject here. I was looking for a push up into 410, right around here to backtest the zone. We didn't get there. So now see if we make new lows. We need to make new lows from here. If we don't make new lows, then we're probably going to start wedging out. So from this rejection, new lows can come in. Down 3 grand on the day. Well, I hope that's a low percentage of your account, but why is that? Buying
Or a prop.
yeah, buying the drop.
Yeah, the NQ book is constantly seeing big offer orders right now on the way down. So there is some kind of exit. There is an urgency to exit in the markets that I'm seeing in the NQ ladder.
Yeah, this is a
I'm just
pretty
hedging off
big
it.
nasty drop. So
Mhm.
I could have been aggressive to short this, but it wasn't really a bounce. It was just some little chop. I wanted to bounce to short, but this is a big breakdown in the markets.
Yeah, Gaben. Full pour 141s. Yeah. It's rollover, it's obvious. I mean, I don't know if anything's ever really obvious in the markets. That's quite a statement to make. If it were that obvious, I mean, I would hope you're up like I would hope you've doubled your net worth on the day. I'm not sure you can say anything is obvious. I've had plenty of, quote unquote obvious trades just blow up in my face.
Sorry, I say we're like peanut butter and jelly. Smart.
Um,
You bought when I should sell and sold where I should have bought.
that's how my trading started. I was like, I'm always wrong. Why don't I just do the other thing? And then I did the
Hey
other thing
everyone,
and I
welcome or
still
welcome back.
lost money. So I was like, all right, all right. Um, do I have a VIP Discord? No, I don't. I do. All right, I'll let you guys on a little secret. I do have a very, very, very secret Discord. And I say very secret because I made it for a mentorship that I did a few months ago, solely for that. And the only people in it right now are Leo and Stowe. And it's literally just sitting there because it was made and not deleted. And Stowe made me some emotes, some custom emotes. I think Leo gave me some too. Um, but yeah, there is a super secret, very VIP, VIP Discord out there. It's just that it might as well not be out there because right now it is not in use. So should I open it up?
Gonna be the Wild West in there.
I know I cannot moderate that. We don't have a moderator, so it's not gonna happen. I don't have a mentorship. Chris, do you? He's asking. Carlo. I don't have one. Sorry.
I have a Discord group. It's more of a educational library versus like a mentorship, I guess. I mean, I am teaching my strategy and the trades.
Tell me you
I
found
do.
a short.
There's the drop to new lows. So it didn't get the bounce that I was looking for up here. So no short for me, but that's the move I was looking for. This is a big breakdown. Again, guys, big breakdown on the tech side. That is a significant rejection in the semi space. And that is
So
a big drag on NQ. And you
for
want
anyone
to
that's
align with
doubts,
that.
anyone that doubts the 9 EMA, the 5 minute 9 and 20, anyone doubting it, put it on your chart today.
Dude, that is literally what I live on all time frames. I mean, I know you only see it on the 5 minute, but
Is it just as good on all the other ones?
well, you can imagine that when we're in a daily 9MA or daily 9MA downtrend, what's the governing trend structure, right? Similar to the 5 minute. So what I look to do in trades overall is if we're in a daily 9MA uptrend, well, I'm buying pullbacks to it, similar like you would on the 5 minute or short a bounce into it.
Look at this.
So if you got that short, that's a big one. Congrats.
Yeah, if anyone reoffered that 400 prior day low, right at the
Yeah,
9,
it was literally,
tapering the
that's why I said
volume,
410s. It hit 400, same thing.
it's awesome.
This could be a big move all the way to prior day low in ES 6818, NQ prior week low here. It's coming up. But this is
There was a
this
guy in chat earlier that offered, I think he offered the 93s in ES, he said. He is probably mega rich right now, I would hope. But we're getting double single prints, so that's something. Yeah, I think today is playing out to be a perfect hindsight example of where volume can lead you, in my perspective, in my lens. Look, for the longest, we don't have downside interest in volume, and we finally do. And then once the market finally tips the hand and shows that, okay, there might be some downside interest, it stops showing upside interest. So you're like, all right, let's just go then. And it could be just that simple, just like simple price action, simple this. It's a different lens. I have a full, like, pure auction market theory lens. Even if I'm using non-order flow stuff like squiggly lines, EMAs, price action, blah, blah, blah. Everything in my trading is pure auction theory for anyone that's seen the playbook. And this is a perfect example. It's the auction. You're seeing it where the market wants to do certain things,
there.
where it doesn't. And if it doesn't, where does it go, right? And if it does, where does it stop? But what a move. Yeah, chat is making money today. Happy holidays, chat. If you're making money, hit the likes. If you like the holidays, hit the likes. If you want to see Chris's new puppy, hit the likes. Pimping out your puppy for likes. Showbiz, baby. You
He's
gotta do what you gotta do.
outside scratching the door.
Yeah, he wants to get in.
Yeah.
It's like, let me in,
First
let
thing he
me in.
does in the mornings.
I want to press the sell button. Jake doubled his net worth, up 20 bucks. Okay. All right. Lobster tonight for Jake. Maybe get like one tail or something. If it's obvious, everyone can see it and it's a trap. Often. Or the red green levels. Yeah, they're just level. I mean, they're just zones that I draw. Could do a brief walkthrough. Um, but if you really want to know how they're drawn, hit the free playbook. It's on my Twitter. But this is a brief overview of why they exist. This is old volume, stuck, right? The show of hands. They could not get what they wanted, and the market liquidates. And so to me, I mark it as, hey, this is important because this is volume that ultimately liquidated the market. Coming back up, we've got another batch, right? They're trapped 3-day overlapping range. Finally come out, build, trap, failed. So now this is important to me. This was another show of hands. So these are the two red zones that you see. The market has been trying to pull through. No go. This red zone is just this, right? This was actually a green zone because, well, this is where I'm gonna look to see if the market finds a bid. If they poke outside the green zone, what do they get for it? They got nothing. I just changed it red now because, well, what used to be a lack of interest offer side became a lack of interest bid side. And that's where my offer came from today. This white line was just this, right? Still taper between two sides. So coming up, it was a taper, and as they broke out upside, they started tapering in the bottom. So I just made it gray neutral. Today we cut through it. I think we did find activity, yeah, right here. So found some activity. Ultimately trapped. They did try to buy this through. You see this little rectangle that's absorbed to buying. So they trapped the buyers. The buyers here cannot pull price up. Guess what? They got to go find some real ones. They got to go lower. So that's that zone. The green zone is this. Let me scratch this in. So this green zone is this, right? Same idea as
Get
this
rich
white
with
zone.
Bitcoin.
Taper on the upside, they couldn't break, and when they do, what happens? Now they taper downside. So now this becomes very interesting for a bid, and this is where I covered earlier. This is where they had that bounce. You can see it's pretty much in the zone, or when it tapped the zone, they gave that nice bounce. And if the bounce fails, guess what? Like all the other bounces, let's go find some real sellers because there's too much offer. On the way down, we're seeing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds not only hit passive offer side, but they're hitting the bid. You can see the deltas 195, 147, 187 right here, 190. So there's an offer that's sitting on price, right? Because they're trying to buy through this, or they're buying through this thing. I don't know. I don't want to say they're trying to do anything, but they're buying it. But the price keeps, falling lower. So these are just my zones. This one's the next one.
You hear those?
Build up here, taper.
You hear those pings or no?
I don't.
Okay.
You got the alerts back on?
There's some other alerts that I'm getting out of a position on the swing side, not on here.
So this is the prior week low. So we've made our entire move through last week's range
Oh, you heard it.
in one day. From Globex to now, we have moved the entire week's range. So a reversal here is not unlikely. But if you guys want a reversal, let them show that hand. What does it look like? A big bid, right? Pulling price up. I mean, the EMA, the 9 now is still about 80 points away. So yeah, this can bid up another whatever, catch up to the 9. But you want to see selling step in really hard and not get any more continuation. That would be my bare minimum. If you do not see selling enter the market, being initiative, if you do not see them getting a lack of forward progress, is probably going lower.
Yeah, we were pretty we just hit prior week low. I do think we can see a relief bounce here. On the 2-minute structure here, we had a consolidation here, and now we're starting a new 90-minute lower low, lower high structure here. So we have our low, we're bouncing into the lower high. If we reclaim this next test of the lower high, we can bounce back up to this consolidation. If not, we can reject here on this bounce and then go down to make new lows to 25,110. That was a very good short though. If you guys caught that, very good.
Good spot too.
Yeah, I was not I call it aggressive because my setup was not there entirely. I was looking for a bounce and then a higher low up here and then short. So an aggressive entry for me would have been probably down here at the break of this.
I mean, would you have done something like this? Like just draw a simple trend line, get it on the break. Is this something you normally would do?
Yes, because I typically draw wedges and that's
Right.
sort of like the bottom of that. But I have like specific rules for wedges. That's more of like an upward channel to me. But yeah, that's pretty much that. But that was a very good back test of prior day low, almost a 410 zone. ES 68, 68. I was just not as aggressive to short there. Oracle's down a lot. I think I saw news come out. I
All
think
right, chat.
they're waking up to Oracle's monopoly, or what are they doing where they're just like getting everybody to invest money in them so they can fulfill orders. You said they were asking the government to also invest in them.
All right, chat. Let me catch up. Yeah. I just realized I went on this whole thing about my zones. Uh, generational lows. We are getting. Well, if and when we do trade 140s, I'm just gonna revise what I said. Like it could be that easy. I'm just gonna be like, you guys thought I meant 25 140s. I didn't. Then I'm not wrong. Um, let's see. You, yeah, very, very secret, guys. That Discord, very, very secret. And it's just the fact of the matter. I'm sorry. I I do see some requests. I do see some offers to become mods. I'm sorry, I can't really just trust that out of the gate, right? You might go in there and just blow everything up. Um, ultra super secret proprietary, yes. Jake W took the short off the 5 minute and 90 minute thanks to my playbook. Hey, if you want to offer a tip, if you want to Zelle me, Venmo me, 25%, 30%, 35%. It's up to you.
We're at a good area here. The 68.18 is where ES has been bouncing for the last week. Prior day low as well. Failure here will bring us down to 67.93, 6800 prior week low. If we make a new push lower, I will be interested in a reversal just for a mean reversion play, because at that point we would be pretty extended, even though we're breaking down. So I'm interested to see if because look, the 2 minute guys, the 2 minute structure out of this, we are now starting a new lower low, lower high. So the downtrend continues until this 2 minute downtrend ends, and then we can trigger a bounce up into the reversal of this 2 minute. The bounce of this 2 minute time frame can mean a bounce into the 5 minute 9 MA again. And from a mean reversion perspective, that would be a good long. But as of now, if you short and you wait, you caught this consolidation breakdown, then just keep riding that. Lose prior day low and yes, and you get prior week low at 68.02. And NQ 25.110.
Chat, you know what I just realized? Gold did actually play out a dead body setup because there was no volume. Thinking about it now, only one build, very large. And look what happens. They do inch out and they find a taper. They find a taper, they come back into the range. They cannot get any higher. And so earlier, this volume down here was pretty empty. It's just literally a P shape, like there's nothing else. Which means if you leave these buyers off sides, there is nothing that would have caught, there's like no existing volume in the session that's there to show that price can be caught. And this is the dead body. Yeah. So in hindsight, yeah, I
Y'all
think
want to
that
see a
was
dead
actually,
body?
yeah, it was right here. It was thin. Anyone who can go back in time and look at what the profile looked like, super thin, nothing down here, just up here only. Which is why I was like, yeah, it's probably going to retrace, but I wasn't thinking too much into it. But yeah, that's a prime setup. And if you wait long enough, you're patient enough, you get that lower high confirmation when they poke outside and they find, hey, there's not enough interest. If there's not interest up here, it's time, right? It's time to seek. And then still not, all right, it's price discovery time. If no one's willing to bid this, seeing this now, seeing that there's a lack of buy side interest, then you're gonna have to go find do some price discovery. And that's what they're doing. So definitely could find a bid here. I mean, they're building that volume you see now. So the bid that drove this price from this volume spot right here is still there because you can see that there is a build. And you see the deltas. Look at the deltas. You see it's blue. That's buying. So they're still interested. What are they going to get from it? Who knows? We'll see. But
Yeah, I'm interested in a long here. We need a lower high in here now. We have a lower low, lower high, second lower low. We have some divergences, and then now we're bouncing back to the 9MA to create another lower high. So we have two lower lows from that last breakdown. Either we reject and make a third lower low down here, or we can get a relief bounce back up here.
All right, chat. Where are we? 90 minutes going to 5 because it's closer to 12, which is the hourly. I've noticed price reacts. Yeah, maybe coincidence, maybe not. All we need to know, all we need to be worried about is if it works, and it fucking works. Offers Sailor. I appreciate that compliment. Thank you. Did I see yesterday's epic meow? No, I don't know what that is. I wasn't on the news stream, so. Should open up my Discord so that people can ask questions about the playbook. Dude, that's a full-time gig then. I definitely would be charging you guys for that. That's going to require a lot of my time answering the same questions over and over. I ain't doing that for free, so careful what you wish for. Everyone's looking at the one for the 140s, huh? David Jean-Pierre, I'm assuming is how you pronounce it. Welcome to the show. I would like to believe it is high quality. Pump the likes for my Panda Express. Nah, man, only when the Dodgers win at home for that $6 special.
A succulent Chinese meal.
Yeah, I won't. That is that. I'm not budging on that. That's where my limit order is, $6, Panda Express.
All right, I'm going to try a reversal here. A bit aggressive. We're looking for a new low, but I'm looking to see if we can push out to get a relief bounce.
You're hitting the long here.
Yeah, and I went with the ES because it's I mean, and tech has just been super weak. Looking to see if we can get that relief bounce now. We'll probably manage tight because I still think we can see a new low if we don't get going. But NQ took out prior week low, ES took out prior day low. So it's either we hold here and get a relief bounce. If we don't, then ES can go down, make a new low for prior week low, and NQ hit 25,110. So we can't create a higher low here. I'll close it. I want a internal or tight higher low.
What
I
do I
want
think about
this.
the Cartier Santos? I like it.
Oh, Crudeli's in the house.
Is Deli House? Dude, I'm so behind on chat, like I'm trying to read through it.
I want this candle to be a higher low here. If this candle can't be a higher low, then I'll close it and I'll just wait. Just because of the tape we're in, and if we get a new low, I'll wait for that.
Oh, I see Deli's posts. He definitely flexing in that fit right there. It's tough, for sure.
Okay, we have a higher low put in. If this can hold, I will stay in it. If not, I will close it, but it looks like it might want to fail. Let's see. I'll just do this. So it'll be like half R, and then I'll get out. Okay, took minus 0.5 RR. It looks like we can go for a new low now and then see if we take out ES prior week low. How's the weather in Chicago, Delhi?
What's up, Daly?
Trader Mike, thanks. Oh, whoever that is. Might at 6 feet tomorrow of snow.
Warmed up a little this week over here. I don't know why. But yeah, Useless 178. Cartier Santos is a classic. It's timeless. And I did try on the titanium one that just came out a few weeks ago. It's nice. It's nice. They're still not at the generational lows. Do I start my volume profile at 9:30? Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, it automatically does right here, this on this chart. It's a RTH only profile, New York only.
Our new lows cometh. 110 in NQ, and then see if a prior week low happens in ES.
Yeah, chat. We don't have 500 likes yet. Why do you guys hate us? When I started,
Brazil,
I was on the
Portugal.
5 minute chart. Smart trade. Yeah, I didn't start on the 1 minute. I had a 5 minute. That was my main one. That's why the 9 and the 20, I use 5 minute only because it's what I started with and I got used to it. Yeah, I've been trying to get Ninja Trader, the backstage to prep me a tip jar, but you guys have to tip California rates. So please, I know if you consider charging for a group, right now I can't. It's gonna require a lot of time. I see someone took over my Discord and is offering fart coin. If you can, so please stop doing that and give me my Discord back. Portugal, what's up? Andy's from California. The big meow. I dare you guys, just start calling him the big meow. Sarah, what's up? I don't know if you guys are still here, but what's up, Sarah?
Big breakdown, guys.
I know. The
Look at this
generational.
daily candle here. Big
Perhaps it's
felt breakdown.
multi-generational. Hmm?
Where do I get the 25 110 level from? I have these zones here as an indicator, and that's just the next zone of interest for NQ. Big fell breakdown. Oh, fell breakout, sorry, today in the markets. Maybe it won't be a good Christmas. No Santa rally.
Nah, they'll buy this all up.
We want that Santa Claus rally. Where you at?
It only takes one stream for them to get a soundbite out of you. Learn that quickly.
we've sold our voice forever.
I know. If you lose 25K, there's 300 more points to the downside. I mean, say 25K.
This is a beautiful short here. If you got this, you're at 4R. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we lose 25K. 700s are definitely not
Yeah,
tough to get to, but would they be able to do it today? I don't know. I would be pretty shocked if they actually cut through 25K today. It's gonna be the first time back since, and they've shown nothing. They haven't shown a hand there at all. So honestly, they could not, but it's gonna be the first time back, and I mean, if this really is a bidless market, sure, but I would be surprised if they don't find enough of a bid around 25K to hold it for the rest of the day. But hey, what do I know?
one more new low would be great to take out prior week low in ES. Or maybe price just wanted to make a new low and then now get the bounce, which would starting to look like it.
They did quite a bit of work in those 140. So there's two sets of like small order flow that really got stuck in what 148s to 144s and then the 138s to the low. Exhaustive selling for sure. What are they gonna get out of it? I don't know, but it's there. It's definitely there. So they're leaving volume behind on the downside right now, which is likely going to push price back towards a 9. And then the question becomes, I would say like maybe like the 512s, 516s. 516s begins the taper upside. And that's when they're going to make the choice. If they,
Wait, what's 512s? What is that number?
I mean, 212s, 25 212s, my bad. Yeah, so the volume starts to get thin around 216s to the 230s. And if they can bid through that, we might have seen a low.
Yeah, I'm still looking shorter bounce. But I think the long that I was looking for was maybe a bit early, wanted to make a new low. We're now seeing a potential failed breakdown in both NQ and ES on the 2-minute. Again, this is 2-minute time frame here. But still weak action. I mean, I would short, if we get a bounce to the 5-minute 20 EMA, I will short that. That's around the IB low currently, 290, 300. So if we bounce there, I would short, that would be around the 50 EMA on the 2-minute here. So maybe a bounce up here.
Fitz is noting a gold bid at this spot. Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of how you can, it's a real-time example. So we're lucky to have this now as an example, but you see this in my playbook. It's just, you know, volume that leads to something significant. You can look for that to be an area of interest, and that's what we're seeing now. So the first time back, they couldn't even, I mean, they couldn't go through this. The bid is still there. So
Dude, smart trader Paulo. That's awesome. He was down 3 grand, now 450, just scalping away. Yeah, I'm looking for a short, Paulo. If we bounce into the 5-minute 20 EMA cloud, which is
Caleb, my profile is compressed. Yes. How many ticks? I don't remember, but they are compressed.
so we did trigger a 2-minute failed breakdown. We had that little consolidation where I tried a long here or NES, but I'm showing NQ. We had a low, lower high, and then failed to produce new lows to get 510. We reclaimed that, and now we're starting the reversal. And maybe this is the bounce into the 20 EMA on the 5-minute, and I will look to short that. But so far, good reversal here attempt. And see if it reaches up here.
I have a 30% win rate and still pretty profitable. A few months ago, I had 70% win rate and miserably losing. Yeah. Really high win rate strategies are really hard with managing downsides because there's a reason it's such a high win rate, right? It's because the downsides generally exceed the upsides in your trades. And yeah, it's gonna suck when you finally, get to that point of variance where you're gonna take that red trade. It just is what it is.
We just tested the 9 MA again on the 5-minute, and we need to see if we can reclaim that this time or reject back down. If you're long, I see somewhere long, you want this to become a higher low now and then push out. If the higher low fails, similar to this last one right here, where this was a potential higher low, and you see how it failed, like we bounced, we tried to hold, and then made a new low. That will happen here if we do not make a internal 2-minute higher low here against this recent low. If the higher low does not hold, then we're going to see a new low into this next zone here. Because now what price is trying to do is create a new higher high, higher low structure out of this downtrend, which was lower low, lower high, lower low. So now you want to change in structure to be higher high, higher low, higher high. And if that fails to produce, meaning the higher low fails, then you go back down to make a new low.
Edge report. Crude oil trading off session lows. Everything but, oh yeah, no, everything but gold. Well, I guess gold is session lows, actually. It's almost 100-point range.
Doesn't look like it wants to hold here. So maybe a new low can take place now. This is it where you want to be looking for a higher low right here.
Has to be around here, yeah.
If not, new lows is coming. So, you can manage your long if you're long against a higher low, like how I did. I only took a 0.5 R stop because if the higher low failed, was a new low coming. So here's your higher low attempt.
We'll see if it gets into the 150s. We'll say about mid 150s, 155s. If you guys do see anyone that's looking at order flow, if you see any kind of taper, that could indicate that it's going to reverse because when they were down there just previously, they put in quite a bit of volume and it didn't break. So if price comes back into that range, 155s down to the 130s, and they're not putting in that same volume, it's going to be a lack of effort. And if the market is going to make that choice, it's likely going to be a reversal. Not to say like it goes all the way, but it's probably going to be a pretty significant bounce. That'll be the higher low spot. Spot to gauge for order flow. Mid 150s all the way down to the 130s.
Higher lows failing. So it's gonna move to new lows now. Same for ES.
FBG's 9. I have recap videos on my YouTube, so you can go to the YouTube and look at some. I've had requests for a Christmas drop, so before Christmas, I will work on something for you guys. Maybe today's trade. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, the higher low didn't hold, guys. So I would say expect a new low. The higher low needed to hold into the 9 MA, and we just couldn't. So the 5-minute 9 MA still the governing trend here, or the governing trend filter. But it's just too low of a price or too late, too short, right? This would be like shorting in the hole. I want bounce higher to then short.
So a huge buyer just showed up 163s, 164s. Absorbed all the sell and dished it right back on the tape. Buy side. See what happens. Again, the stuck volume is in the 155s and below. So they traded what? 156s. So just right on top of it. If they do not trade 155s and below, this
Takeaway,
could be
we
marking low.
we do stream together. We're streaming together right now.
Who says we don't stream together while we're streaming
No,
together?
it says this guy wants to pay us to stream together.
Well, you're getting it for free. So all you need to do is hit the like button.
Yeah. It's struggling here, guys.
The tape is angry.
It's in a very aggressive tape from how I view things, because we didn't even get a bounce, a good bounce to short into. This is just a,
Full
you know,
bounce.
I wouldn't consider this a bounce because this is only a 5-minute retracement into the 9 MA. And it's a aggressive sell-off when we can't even reclaim the 9 MA.
So this is where they offered it pretty hard earlier. We're getting into that range. So
Yeah, this is new lows here.
if anyone is trying to stick any longs, you've really got to keep your eyes peeled right here. And if they don't taper in the volume, you need to get out. So, well, they're definitely buying these 150s right now. They're actually pushing a bid on the tape. They're throwing sides against the offer, and they are reloading bid with some pretty good size. So the only question now is, okay, this is the spot of contention. We have now confirmed it. It is two-sided tape. There's a lot of offer and a lot of bid coming in. If we start to trade below now, it's probably going to be a pretty big wash. But if we do trade above it, there is more stuck selling. So very key right now.
Yeah, it's going for new lows. I mean, the structure is telling you, right? So it's not like my opinion. It's and X, Y, and are looking at the structure from two different perspectives, but from a price candle perspective, you broke
It's the same thing.
Yeah, you broke the lower low, lower high downtrend. So that changes the structure to a higher high, higher low. So in order to continue higher, you need the higher high, higher low structure to take higher. It failed, right? So that's telling you that it's moving down again, and it's gonna make new lows. So
I think what could help guys is sure, let's just assume that it held. You could totally get the best price low of day. Look at my low of day trade, but it's not worth it because if you're playing a reversal in this environment, there's a huge runway for you. Massive. The smartest thing to do is wait for the buyers to actually get forward progress. We haven't seen that since the market opened, right? If you wait for buyers to show forward progress, it could mean a lot of things. One of which is as the sellers are clearly sitting on price in these 220s, it means that there's now enough buying to outweigh the sell interest for the first time ever. And that would produce that higher high. So that would be your first point. You get a higher high. You get proof in the order flow that in this range, demand outweighs supply. Then you can proceed onwards, wait for retracement, and then you wait for a sell side to start initiating again. At that point, it could be quite likely that they don't get forward progress. Now you have new risk to allocate. You have a new spot to allocate your risk to get all of the runway back upside, right? So it's really it's a really greedy thing to do to try to nab these lows when you could just wait for proof to come in, grab it along the way, be on the right side of the V, because in this environment, the runway is pretty big. You don't need to nab below to try to get all of these points. You can get all of these points still, right? And that's really
Yes.
how you stay out of trouble.
And to add to that, guys, there's usually like yesterday. Yesterday was a good example, and I'll touch on my trading yesterday. But yesterday, and let me since I can't shorten the hold down here. Let me share that, and I'll go into like education more for a little bit, and to add to what XY said because it's important. Okay, so yesterday we had a big drop into that 400 zone, right? There was a lot of volatility. I didn't look to get that long. We had a big bounce. So then I kept watching price action here. We were consolidating, chopping around. I didn't make a trade. I actually missed the long here. I was walking my dogs, so I missed the long here. And then to add to XY's comment is that you don't need to catch the low, or you don't need to try and have any FOMO around that, because if you're getting a pretty big move in the direction that we think price is going, there's going to be many opportunities there. So for me, how did that look like? And then also to add, when you know what you're looking for, you have better confidence and more conviction. So if buying the low is not a place where you have high conviction or confidence, you're probably going to cut that trade soon, right? You're going to take partial sooner. You're going to want to lock in because you don't want it to turn into a loss. So from a supply and demand perspective, we had that big bounce yesterday from 400. We consolidated, we created a wedge, and then we broke out higher. So this, to me, at that point, I had confidence that we were going to go higher because we were reclaiming this 560 zones, right? Which is what we tried holding this morning, but we failed. So what did I do? I got long the pullback into that area, and I held all of this into the Broadcom earnings, and I closed the last runners here. But it's an example of what XY is saying, and here's a visual of that, is that you don't need to be at the low. You can wait for other structure where you have more clarity, and maybe that clarity gives you confidence and conviction to say, yes, this is where I want to get in the trade. I am okay with the loss. And that's where a lot may be missing here, is that you may not be okay with the loss, and you try and get out early. And if you wait for a setup like that, I mean, to me, this is a clear back test of this breakout here in a bullish structure. And that's when I got along. So hopefully that helps, because like XY says, you don't need to be the first one. After a big reversal, and if we're still in a bullish structure, hey, guess what? There's going to be more continuation setups into once a resistance zone is reclaimed, and then we bounce, we continue higher. And that will always happen. So it's better to wait for clarity so you have confidence and conviction, and you can manage that trade correctly. And it's just better for your mental and emotional health, or else you're just going to be trading all around that. And then a 2-day trade discipline turns into, oh, I overtraded and I went to 20 trades.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. Once you crack that window open, a lot of bad
Yeah.
things can get in. When, yeah, in reality, you see the battle, right? It was this was my experience. It was such a fucked up thing to constantly try to fight at highs or lows, right? You keep fighting that battle. You look at the price action, you look at anything, you look at the tape. It's like a knife fight down here, and you're just fighting for the best price. You want the best price. When otherwise, now that was the old me. The new me can just wait until things resolve, get alongside, make that money in a flash compared to without even breaking a huge sweat, and then my charts are off and I'm done with the day. As I started to get to that part of the trading, it just opened everything else up. All of this right here is unnecessary for these prices. You don't need this because if it does reverse, we're going to be trading well above this. Let them do the heavy lifting then, right? Let them do the heavy lifting. See which side of the tape is now caught offsides. Trade against that tape. Trade with the tape that's clearly seeing continuation. And if it's a reversal, right? Obviously, if you're trying to fight down here, you're fighting for a reversal. And if it is, look at how much runway there is, right? The next spot is it's gonna be IB low, right? If it is a reversal, they're gonna crack through this low volume spot to get to the prior node. That's just how it works. Because if they don't crack through this, it's not a reversal. But if they do, you're gonna be trading the 300s, the 315s, 320s. And if it is a reversal, likely you're gonna be trading POC right here, 360s. It's a huge runway without having to fight for access in this range. So let everyone else, kill themselves down here and wait for that outcome. Wait for the setup, and you can take advantage of it well after the fact.
Yeah. Caden, good question here. This is on your own trading. Why did I have 4 good setups and 3 of them worked and I didn't enter? I would say that could be that you're trading setups that are not probably the best planned, or you didn't frame them where it could be like an A plus location, an A plus opportunity. And therefore you're trading maybe B or C setups, and the losses of those are affecting you emotionally, that when you do get good A plus, let's say, setups, then you're not taking them because of the emotional, damage that you have from trading these subpar setups. So it always comes down to, creating better requirements to identify A plus locations and A plus setups in combination with higher time frame structure that you're looking at to minimize the trades that they're not the best, but you just think you can make money on.
Dio says, me buying while I'm nodding to XY and Chris saying you should wait to buy. He's like getting long. He's like, yeah, I feel that. I
That
feel
is
that.
funny.
Uh, yeah, yacht. The 140s, it was clearly pretty key. So I appreciate the
CK, good question here. When do you switch from shorting the balance to taking the long? And I can only share from my approach, my perspective. Today is a big day one breakdown. So to me, I see that as we're starting a multi-day trend. Obviously, it can change because the holidays are coming up, but if we reclaimed a 4-hour 9 MA lower high, and let me show you how that looks. So we're seeing a big breakdown, right? And not only is this breakdown happening as this huge multi-week range, right? This was a big breakout here, rallied, consolidated, big breakdown. So to me, this is a daily failed breakout. Eventually, we're going to have a lot of zigzags on the lower time frames, but eventually, if and when we hold here or we see lower, but we bounce into the 4-hour 9 MA, and we fail to reject and make new lows and trigger reversal on that time frame, that is where I can say I'm looking for longs. But that's multi hours away, right? So like the first test here in NQ, we're in a pretty aggressive downtrend. I want to short the bounce into the 2050 EMA cloud here. The 20 EMA is like, I think, the most world-known trend filter that you can think of, both on the swing trading side and on the day trading side. Like it's institutionally recognized as a reliable trend filter. So on big moves like this lower, where it's day one or day two of a breakdown, or a breakout. In a breakdown, I want to look for a bounce into that area to short. And then you can imagine that when we form acceptance and start to hold there, we'll see a move higher. There's no other examples that I can show. But yeah, that was a good question that I can share from what I do. Somebody hit the emotional damage sound clip. Oh, I remember that.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, I held the runner. Well, not to where we are now. I covered it right here. This little green spot, 300s. So about a 300-point runner. I think it was a little more. Barely.
Guys, a
But
little
yes.
bit of a change in structure here. We're attempting a new bounce here, and then we're trying to create a higher low here. If this higher low can hold, then we can get that relief bounce. But again, just how we've been covering for the last few bounce attempts, each bounce attempt, the higher low has failed to hold and has seen new lows. So a change in structure here on the 2-minute to then trigger a reversal back up to that 5-minute 20 EMA would be a higher low holds, and then we break out of a like consolidation, right? And then that can be what moves price up into 260s. But all I'm looking to do there is short, because this is a big breakdown. And I mean, for us to not even reclaim the 9 MA, that's pretty big. We don't see that often.
It's super angry tape. Even if you guys look at this little tape reader that I have from the start of the day, it's just negative, negative, all negative. A little rebid, negative, little rebid, negative. It's what you're working with. They
Yeah, trade the
are
trend.
consolidating down here. Did I short at all today?
The
I
gap,
shorted
what gap?
early.
Oh, the RTH gap that we're coming into? Or is it a gap? Let me see.
I don't have a gap. I see what they're talking about.
What level is that?
I don't have it marked as a gap, but it would be, let's see, we close here. Oh yeah, there is no gap. I don't have a gap.
Uh,
The volume
Astro, no
overlap.
short for me this morning so far. I was managing risk. I was taking stops. I was taking it on the chin on the swing accounts. A lot of names that I was long took hits. So I had to manage those. And then got on the stream and was looking for a bounce up here to short. Didn't exactly get there, so no shorts for me. But it's still early. I'm still waiting for that bounce
Yeah, there's still plenty of time.
higher to short that. Yeah, I'll be shorting that for sure. This is the 50 EMA, this in red here, George. Yeah, I took a hit on the swing accounts, but it's it happens.
So, guys, we've got some new. I've just got word that my tip jar is complete. So I think we're all going to see it for the first time right now. So if anyone would like to offer a tip, feel free to. This would be the first time I'm seeing the jar. I'm hoping it starts at about 25%. We'll see what they've
Do
made.
the coins go up with the tips?
No, they actually have to Venmo. They have to Venmo Ninja Trader and then they'll send that to me. Where's the jar? It's in my camera frame.
Yeah, look at the YouTube video. It's right next to your name.
Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Don't take it off yet. I don't see it.
How do we Venmo our prop from simp profits?
Can you guys can you guys make me a tip tablet? Is that possible?
These tips are great, guys. Thanks.
I need a tip tablet that goes 25, 30, 35.
Hey guys.
Hey Jim,
Hey, Jim.
did we make the quota?
That's a good question. I sometimes forget to look, and you remind me every time.
If you forgot to look, that means you didn't like it.
No, I definitely I the first thing I do when I wake up this morning, 5:30 a.m., I go and I open up both I like them both right before I take a shower.
First thing you do.
I don't want to get in trouble with Leo.
Probably have nightmares. Like,
We
I gotta
gave
press
him
the
we
like
gave him
button.
too much shit for like 2 weeks straight.
I know, and he's not done yet, I'm sure. So, 587. We did a damn good job, guys. Damn good job. Well, great way to end Friday, everybody, with these two powerhouses with us at Ninja Trader Live today.
Powerhouses.
Yeah, yeah. I got it. More and more adjectives are flowing your way, guys.
Oh hell yeah.
Awesome.
So great job as usual. Hopefully, you have nice plans for the weekend.
I don't even know what my plans are.
What are you gonna do, Jim?
Hanging out with Pop Kegs, my dad. He's here. He's here at the
I
house.
heard Bobcats. I was like, all right, I didn't know you had.
No,
I
no,
know,
no.
I know you were wild like
Pops,
that.
Pops, Dad, Miss
That
Senior
was
Kegs.
last week.
Senior Kegs. So anyway, hopefully you guys are with family and friends and have a great weekend. Having said
Yeah,
that,
you
everybody,
too.
yeah, thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. Everybody, thank you for being here with us. We're going to do a quick edge report, but before we go, I just want to remind everybody thank you for the subscriptions. We really appreciate that for the channel. I'm great. I personally greatly appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed yet, it's free. It's easy to do. Click on that button, and thank you for that mission control right there on the screen. No, don't click on the screen. You got to click on the YouTube channel.
That's what Jim did.
Anyway, we greatly appreciate that for sure. Greatest community there is, and a lot of it has to do with these two guys. So, last second thumbs up for XYZ and Christian Trading Boxes. Let's do it.
All right, guys. You all take care, Jim, XY. Have a good weekend.
Yep. You guys have a
See
great
you
weekend.
guys.
I will talk to you guys next week. Let's hop in. Let me just share a screen here. We'll do a real quick edge report. So really, I mean, there's not a lot of stuff. There is a lot of stuff to cover, and there's not a lot of stuff to cover. And I'm just going to leave you guys with this thought. I mean, it's risk off across the board. If you look on the left-hand side of my market analyzer, I don't have red as my net change. I have this kind of gold color just because red was too much. But you just see, the dollar's up across everything, right? So all of the currencies are down. We have all of the cryptos down. I mean, Ether down over 5% right now, as a matter of fact. The Bitcoin down 2%. We have all the stock index futures down. VIX is up a little bit, 17.34 right now. Even look at the European markets here. We got the Euro stock and the DAX down. Nikkei down, treasury bonds down across the board. I mean, 30 years down big time. The crude oil is up a little bit. Crude oil is a little bit of green. We got a little bit of green on crude oil, but other than that, and our Bob maybes, but unched. But nat gas is down, heating oil is down. All the metals except platinum are down relatively large percentages, and I won't read them all. Even a lot of the grains are down. So today's a risk off day, and I have the chart I'm going to show real quick. Oh, it's already up there. My bad. This is the Nasdaq, and some great trading we saw this morning for sure. But after we left that VWAP, this is a 10-minute chart. It's just been in a free fall. Today's one of these days. I have a feeling it's going to continue to. It's not going to recover, I don't think. So be careful if you decide to get long. Pick your spots carefully. I'd be surprised if we had any kind of rebound in the stock index futures or in most of these markets today as well. It just seems like a trend day down. It's a Friday. Yeah, rollover complicates things a little bit, but at the end of the day, equity markets are just super, super weak. I don't even have any targets anymore on the downside. I mean, really, you'd have to go out for the Nasdaq. You'd have to go all the way down to S3, way down here to get like kind of a reasonable target. And, if that happens, then that's not going to be good. But again, look at the slope of the VWAP band. It's just down. It's down. Even the S&P, same way. Treasury bonds is the big story for me anyway. And I'm just going to throw you up a daily chart on the Treasury bonds. And I think what Delhi said last week or earlier this week, keep an eye on the bonds. It's going to drag down. It could drag down equities, and it certainly has. I mean, we broke through this area of support resistance that I had, that 115 handle. Now we're into the 114 handles. We're back firmly in that downtrend channel that I drew that started up at the beginning of at the end of November. September lows are cleanly in sight here at 113. So Delhi was 100% right. This is dragging everything down. It's me and Craig and Tracy were talking about it. And Blake Morrow, global phenomenon here. So keep an eye on this. It will turn around eventually, but again, it's not today, in my humble opinion. I don't think we're going to get a bunch of bond buyers popping back in here today. So having said all of that, let's go ahead and end the morning stream. That is our late morning edge report. So thank you everybody for being here. Greatly appreciate it. We had a great week. Next week we're gonna be here at full strength. We'll have Delhi, we'll have Shai, and of course me and Craig. So and a whole great cast of folks are coming next week as well. So really looking forward to it. Everybody have a great weekend. Thank you so much for being here, a part of NinjaTrader Live. Means a lot to me. Means a lot to us. So let me remind everybody, especially going into the weekend, it's a holiday weekend, kind of. Just remember, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. See you soon.